pause it. Stop. I got it. All right. Can you guys hear me okay? Stop, please. Stop. Ugh. Steve keeps messing with me, guys. Oh, you have the echo thing on.
I have an echo on?
I have an echo.
How about now?
No echo? Maybe it was just because the other thing was on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
It's quite possible. If they don't have an echo now, then we'll be good.
Okay. Oh my gosh, is this a little Leo video down here?
Fine, he said. Papa said.
Used to think the world was flat. Really threw my hat into the crowd. I felt I had used up my quota of yearning. Used to look.
Yay! I'm so still learning how to do all this. I'm so glad to have you guys all here. Thanksgiving is a holiday that, you know, that I don't celebrate, so it's not a holiday for us. That's something that, you know, we decided to exit out of. It's not something that I feel like needs to be celebrated. I don't feel like that we need to make excuses and call it a day to be with family. I mean, it's the same thing as saying, okay, well, this genocide happened, so I'm going to celebrate that. And that has become so much an American U.S. culture. And it's a washing of, you know, it's a making the indigenous people become invisible by celebrating something that wasn't what we were taught. It's not what I was taught in school. I was taught it was like this beautiful dinner and they got together and all of that, and it's completely not. And it's rooted in actually in Puritan religion. That's where the term Thanksgiving comes from. It's actually supposed to be Thanksgivings, and it's supposed to be actually when they would fast. It has nothing to do with eating a meal together.
That says my dogs are demanding floral prints. Boogaloo dogs.
Oh my gosh, yes. Leo has a little boogaloo shirt, huh? You got a boogaloo shirt? Yeah? What do you think? Are you a boogoo dog? All right, so the thing is over here. I can see you. Freaking Leo. Yeah, see, it's a regular day for us too, Kate. Like, absolutely. How do I see the chat thing up here, though?
You go comments, where it says comments over here. Yeah, I see the red.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That way I can at least see them.
Then you can see who's watching from where, too. Because it'll have a different little, you know, have an F or a whatever if it's from Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Modeling.
Yeah, now I can go and...
Yeah, you can type in there as well.
Well, yeah, but I have my iPad right here. There it goes. All right, let me see. Wait, where is all this?
Those are all everybody's comments.
No, I was asking what that was. All right. I got it.
So just know when you're going to share, you have to put that, you have to click on that. It'll say add to screen.
Okay. am not used to using the trackpad on the computer, guys. Yes, I agree with that, Jilly. We should be celebrating and sharing and being grateful every single day. Absolutely. That is what is, you know, that's what's important. I don't need a, you know, a capitalist system to tell me what days I should do what on. Yes, Jilly, I saw that. I watched his Magnus's stream live when he was out there talking about the dogs getting shot, and so that's why Leo had to do some pictures as a boo dog and thank him. Yeah, I'm used to the touch screen.
The fabulous Nola D.
So I actually I was able to find some cool videos that actually bring up the land that we currently reside on, and it's the place where I go and clean up garbage. So I'm gonna play a video. And all right, is it this one? Steve showed me how, so I'm gonna try to do that.
Do it to it.
So I put it on the screen, and then I can go. Can I go back here and play it?
You have to go to it on the tab.
I'm trying. Is it on there?
We are here at Fort Shantok in Uncasville, which is 3 miles south of Norwich. Norwich and Uncasville were part of our ancestral homelands. And as you will hear later on in this video, we have so many historic sites and so many sacred sites in Norwich that we're really excited to share with you. So thank you for coming on this journey with us, and thank you for being willing to share some of our history with us.
Can you turn it up? You got to do it on the tab itself on the
The
YouTube
land
tab.
known today as Norwich has drawn civilizations of people dating back over 10,000 years ago. For centuries, 3 rivers, the Yantic, Shetucket,
How do I do that? Oh, right here.
known as the Thames, have provided essential
Yep.
agricultural, commercial,
Should I
and
start
industrial
that?
development of Norwich. Rich hunting and fishing grounds and fertile farming land attracted Native Americans to the area. People lived here in wikomosh, or wigwams, dome-shaped homes made from
Little
bent
louder.
tree saplings lashed together with plant or tree fiber cordage. Uncas, Wonks, meaning fox, was a Mohegan sachem, or head chief, who lived from
I turned it up.
1598
I got it.
to 1683. Sagamores,
It's
or
muted right there.
sub-chiefs,
That's why.
served under him.
It's going to be super
His
loud.
tribal council
Start it
and the
over.
tribal
Okay,
grandmothers,
okay.
known as nonners,
Hang on, guys.
guided him. His life was infamously
Now, what do I need to do now? Go back to... let me do it.
Right here, see where I muted it?
Yeah.
Unmute it.
Okay, yeah, now I gotta go back over here and make sure it's not...
Right, it shouldn't be cranking loud, but yeah, halfway's good.
Okay.
Now you got it. I forgot that it was muted.
I gotta start it over.
The thing that was giving us echo, so mute it when you're done.
Okay.
Akwai kwa wigwoman e Mohiques. Greetings and welcome to Mohegan. We are so pleased to be able to share some of our history with you. We are here at Fort Shantok in Uncasville, which is 3 miles south of Norwich. Norwich and Uncasville were part of our ancestral homelands. And as you will hear later on in this video, we have so many historic sites and so many sacred sites in Norwich that we're really excited to share with you. So thank you for coming on this journey with us, and thank you for being willing to share some of our history with us.
The land known today as Norwich has drawn civilizations of people dating back over 10,000 years ago. For centuries, 3 rivers, the Yantic, Shetucket, and the Massapequatuck, now known as the Thames, have provided essential agricultural, commercial and industrial development of Norwich. Rich hunting and fishing grounds and fertile farming land attracted Native Americans to the area. The people lived here in wicamash, or wigwams, dome-shaped homes made from bent tree saplings lashed together with plant or tree fiber cordage. Uncas, wonks, meaning fox, was a Mohegan sachem, or head chief, who lived from 1598 to 1683. Sagamores, or sub-chiefs, served under him. His tribal council and the tribal grandmothers, known as nonners, guided him. His life was infamously fictionalized in the classic novel Last of the Mohegans, where the character Uncas, his sudden, violent death spelled the downfall of his people. Unlike this literary misrepresentation, the real Uncas lived a very long life, fathered many children, and forged a legacy of strategic cooperation with the English immigrants and the Crown. Uncas's attempts at cooperation were not always viewed favorably by other tribes who used alternative means to resist the European incursions into the region in the 17th century. When Uncas remarked, "Yumata mutunata wipikuta," "This heart is not my heart, but your heart," he affirmed his support of colonial associates with whom he had cultivated relationships and trust. Uncas, supported by his sons Owenico and Attawanhood, permitted the colonists to establish themselves within a piece of land 9 miles square. The place was known as Mohegan until 1659, when Norwich was incorporated. In exchange for permission to settle here, colonists gave 70 pounds. In return came expectations of mutual alliance and goodwill. Those expectations were fulfilled by Uncas, but not always reciprocated. This region's indigenous balance of power experienced difficult pressures in the 1600s. As a matter of fact, what was known as the Great Migration occurred in the 1630s and 40s, where tens of thousands of Europeans, and especially English, came to this region. But the newly arrived Dutch, French, and English colonists and corporate entities attempted to insert themselves right into alliances in efforts to obtain land and resources, as well as to introduce different forms of spirituality. These stresses, combined with devastating epidemics, diseases that struck native populations really hard, fed growing disagreements on how to best handle changing circumstances among tribal nations. Violence sometimes resulted. The situation between the Mohegans here in Connecticut and the Narragansett became violent when two sachems met with their warriors on Sachem's Plain, also known as the Great Plain. Imagine looking beyond this area, beyond the falls, beyond the tree line, and over there. That is where the Great Plains would be. It was a large area, okay? And this is where the battle is going to ensue. It was Uncas for the Mohegans and Miantanamo for the Narragansett. And Uncas asked Miantanamo to fight one-on-one. That's how it was done amongst the leaders of tribes. But Miantanamo, who happened to have and be accompanied by a much superior force and a greater amount of people, a man of warriors, said no, okay? So he refused. Anticipating this possibility, Uncas fell to the ground, a prearranged signal for his warriors to attack. And they did, and caught Miantanamo and the Narragansetts by surprise, actually. Narragansett and Mohegan runners chased one another to a chasm that overlooks the Yantic River. You can see this chasm right here, and you can see the side, the cliff on the side of that chasm. It's a beautiful place, and you can imagine that back in the day, it was not quite as wide because of modern day erosion. Uncas sent his fastest runner, Tantaquidgeon, to apprehend the Narragansett sachem Miantanamo, who was weighed down by a gift of English armor, like chainmail. According to tribal tradition, though, only a sachem can capture another sachem. Abiding by this tribal protocol, Tantaquidgeon thus held Miantanamo until Uncas's arrival. Uncas made the long jump across that chasm. Some warriors failed to reach the other side, falling to their deaths on the rocks below. Following the Mohegan capture of Sachem Miantanamo in the Battle of Sachem's Plain, the the English court in Hartford declared that Miantanamo would be executed. They hoped this would quell Miantanamo's advocacy for a united native resistance against the English. Miantanamo's movement, if successful, would have strongly challenged English aspirations for expansion and governance within this region. Due to Uncas's alliance with the colonists, the English insisted that he carry out the order for execution. So, Uncas's brother, Wawaka, then executed Miantanamo in a manner consistent with tribal protocols of respect. A monument commemorating Sejah Miantanamo stands on a hill on Elijah Street off Boswell Avenue in Norwich. And the battle that ensued right here in the Battle of Plains, was known as the last in this area, using only indigenous weapons. After the death of Miantanamo, Narragansetts besieged the Mohegans at their fortified village of Uncas at Shantok in the spring of 1645. When the Narragansetts could not penetrate the stockade, the Mohegans were left with the choice of either starve or surrender. Toward the end of the siege, the Narragansett medicine man perched in a tree outside of the palisade and taunted the Mohegans inside. The Mohegans, having had enough of the taunting, started shooting at the man in the tree. He easily shielded himself. When the Mohegan medicine man came in sight of the man in the tree and showed him a single musket ball, he lifted the ball to his mouth and swallowed it. Moments later, he pulled the ball from his navel. He did this 3 times, then loaded the musket with this enchanted musket ball and shot the Narragansetts out of the tree. Later, under cover of darkness, Uncas's English ally, Thomas Leffingwell, approached the fort in a boat on the Thames River and hoisted up a side of beef and other provisions into the Mohegan camp. This ensured the Mohegans would not starve. The medicine man's successful duel and the arrival of food thus broke the siege. The village of Uncas is part of Fort Shantok. Fort Shantok was taken through an act of condemnation by the state of Connecticut in the early part of the 20th century, and then made into a state park. In 1994, the Mohegan tribe purchased the park back from the state. It includes about 160 acres and was declared a National Historic Landmark in 1993. Now, a part of the Mohegan Reservation, Fort Shantok, includes burial and ceremonial sites still used by the tribe. I would like to invite all of you to visit Mohegan, visit our Tantaquidgeon Museum, and learn more about our Mohegan tribe. Also visit walknorwich.org, and you can access the full Uncas Leap Trail. Katap Tom Tomaush. Thank you.
Is it this one?
That's the pretty one with the footage. Different photography.
Okay, so just hit play.
Yep. It should be good to go.
Wait, I need to remove this one.
No. Oh, wait a minute. Do it again. Yeah, that's the one. Now you go back to the StreamYard.
Yeah, but I have to bring it to the beginning. So I have to remove this one. Hey guys, sorry, I got another video for you. Right, this one. Yeah, but how do I share it?
You gotta do it the same way. You gotta go to StreamYard again. And you were add the stream. Click on the other one, and it should stream that one instead. Once you start it. Give it a second.
No, it's not. It's playing in the background. It's not playing on this.
Okay.
Sorry guys, hang on. Hang on. Let me just get rid of this one.
I just want to go to here.
I can't, yeah, I can't see it. There we go.
Shares me. Now, over here,
Yeah,
choose the tab that you want. See if you leave that open, and it
Oh, there's a log we got our fishing line stuck on a couple times.
See the video's logo?
Ah, sorry guys, I have no idea what this is too.
It's just playing the commercial at once.
Mm-hmm.
So, there you go.
Oh yeah, I can just play this real quick. This is just like a quick little map of oh my god.
Yeah, you can.
I want to. Okay, Steve, I got it.
You tell it to not share the audio. You can talk over it. Or not.
Well, yeah, this is just that was just a map. That's all. Yes, my audio is on. All right. Here we go. So that's some of the really cool, like history of like what's right by us, and that's how we decide to honor, the local land and the sacred land that we occupy. And I feel like that is so important, is to know the history, know the land that you're on, and acknowledge it, and not let the history that has been washed away take over that. So I just want to say hi to everybody while we come in here. Let's see. Does it have a thing that tells me exactly who's in here? All right, we got Popeye, and we got Kate, and let's see, we got Jilly and Fred, and we got Noli. Who else do we got in here? And Propaganda. I don't know if Propaganda's still in here. Propaganda likes to pop in and out of streams. And we got Dingo. And of course, Steve is here with us. And Kate, she's got her veggies going. So today is just a normal day for us. It's a normal Thursday. It is a day that a lot of people say, like, oh, I know that, Thanksgiving is whatever it is, and we celebrate it as a family day. And I feel like that just erases the indigenous people. It celebrates the awful things that happened and what this day really is. It wasn't a peaceful dinner. There's many stories that they don't know exactly what happened, but even the name Thanksgiving is rooted in religion. It's rooted in the Puritan religion. They came here to purify not only the people, themselves, but the people that were here. And they might have believed that that was the way to help the people, but it absolutely was not. Me, I would rather live in, an indigenous tribe than live in a way where we are not at one with the planet. Like, I think that natives need to have the land that they say is, federal land. No, that shouldn't be federal. It shouldn't be owned by a government. It should be owned by the people that it belongs to. And people should be getting their lands back, not taken away. Like you think about it, like the indigenous graves. When's the last time you heard of, oh yeah, this the soldier's grave, or the white people's grave was dug up and those lands were taken? That doesn't happen that I know of as much. I feel like there's always this acceptance that the indigenous land is taken. And I don't accept that. And I won't. And I make people uncomfortable by speaking the truth and speaking my truth. That's okay. I don't really care if people get uncomfortable with the conversation, because if it hits a nerve, there's a reason why it hits that nerve. And until we can acknowledge that and talk about it, then it's just going to continue. Just like it's washed away that we have this, family dinner on Thanksgiving. It's about our family. Well, I don't think that celebrating this is a way to celebrate family and love. I mean, it would be like celebrating the slavery, the genocide, like the theft of food that was put aside for the winter. So the way that I understand it, with the way that everything happened, because, in history, you have to remember who writes the history and the way that it's passed on. So the way that I understand it from the research that I've done, and I'm not a historian. I have not gone really, really deep into this or anything like that. I want to learn more, but I also want to learn more from reliable sources. And so that's not always easy to find reliable sources. But there is a beautiful museum that is here that I'm going to go back to. I've been there years ago. And so what do you guys think? Do you guys celebrate this day? Ooh, Jilly's making some yummy food. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Puritans were sent away. A lot of the people that did come here to colonize were the people that were outcasts. They weren't the good, pure people. They were the ones that people didn't want here. They were the rabble rousers. It's we're just gonna send those guys there. Like when they say Columbus discovered this land, he didn't discover it. He didn't this land was here. This land is not, America. This land is on the continent of North America. And it really drives me crazy to hear that a lot when people say America, America. This isn't America. We live in a country on the continent of North America. We live in the United States if we're, within the territory that they call the United States. So that's that's something, those are things that I think are important to say in the right context. It's not like a censorship or anything like that. It's just a context of how we use our words and using them in a proper way that it doesn't erase people.
I think that's on point. People get erased. That's what happens to them. That's what colonialists do. They erase culture.
Your mic isn't too close to you.
It's not even on.
Oh.
Turn off the second knob on the mixer.
I don't know.
Second one. See, the first one's close to you, the second one's off.
Oh.
There you go. Just turn up half of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, your voice is louder than
I
mine.
think you can hear me now.
Yeah, Popeye. Merca.
America. We're proud Americans. I think the idea that you have to acknowledge all cultures and not just erase them with colonialisms and the colonial imperialist agenda. They just replace culture. They don't enhance it. They don't do anything good for it. They just erase it. They just pretend like it wasn't there. Now it's our culture. This is our culture. We sit around and get all fucking fucked up on tryptophan and watch football until we fall asleep and drink too much beer.
Yeah,
American.
the way that the holidays are even, these technically they call them holidays. But then it really bothers me because there's so many different cultures, and it's like, so if you think about it, they call it Greek mythology, Norse mythology. Yeah. Everything is mythology except for Christianity.
Yeah.
Why is that not mythology?
And Judaism as well. Mm-hmm. Muslim. All the big three hitters, the big three, the big four even, you know what I mean?
But I'm talking about mostly in the U.S., like the holiday, like what we get off. You know what I mean? The days that we get off, the recognized days are what?
Absolutely.
You know them. The holidays of the Christian faith. Like right off the top of your head, you can probably list them,
I absolutely agree with that 100%. I just think it's that systematic erasure of culture, like we were just talking about. Like if you're not in the top 5 religions of the world, then all of your culture and all of your history and all of your fucking stories that have been told for millennia are now mythology. They're not. They delegitimize it completely. It's garbage.
It is. And so, as I was, doing some more research on this, because I wanted to make sure that, I was trying to be as accurate about this as possible, especially it being, a day where we're told that there was this glorious meal. And from what I found, what are you looking for?
Relax.
So from what I found is that when the settlers arrived, they found the food of the indigenous people, and it only took them 4 days to raid that food and take that food, and they took that and they ate that, and that was their winter. That was the indigenous peoples. That was their food for their winter, and so they were eating, they were eating that food. And there's a couple different, stories about whether it was, warriors that came across the meal, or if it was the gunshots that they heard and they decided, they sent out, one story says that it was 90 warriors that they sent out to scout what had happened, what that was, because that wasn't a normal thing. And so, let me see here. I want to make sure I get my number right.
Just real quick. Jilly brings up holidays were co-opted from pagans, nature lovers, and cosmic observances.
Very much.
And very much so. And I believe that just coincides with what I said about, colonialists and hardcore religions. The top 5 religions have co-opted all the holidays that came for millennia before them, and in an effort to erase culture and homogenize things, and make everything just uniform, and just forget all the observances and all the other things that came for thousands of years before they fucking got their hands on it.
Well, yeah, I found out that, statistics, and this isn't probably as up to date or as accurate as it should be, but I found that 87% of the state history standards, what children are taught, 87% don't mention Native history after the 1900s. And that is that's devastating, so imagine, erasing that history, erasing all of that, as if after the 1900s it becomes this, American colonial history. It's, not only was the land stolen, the land was stolen, the history was stolen, the people. There was 500 people in boat, 500 boats that were left? Mm-hmm. 500 boats left regularly for England, and the bounties were paid, like with the scalps of people.
That's an awesome point Jilly brings up. They came in with their gold buckled heeled shoes, no hunting or gardening skills. What the fuck did they think they were going to eat? It's true. It's so true. I'm sure it wasn't true for everyone, because you can't say one thing for every group.
Well, these
you
were
know?
the outcasts of the
But these were
society too.
certainly, and there was actually, aristocracy mixed in with them. You know what I mean? Like, there was rich families getting rid of their embarrassing fucking offspring, and people who have had scandals and whatever, they ship them off to the fucking new world. That was, the idea, and that was the thing that they did. And I think that just verifies the fact that they weren't as noble as they fucking portray it. They just make colonialists and people who started the first towns here and the first states. They were certain groups of people, it's reported, they got along perfectly fine with indigenous people. The indigenous people taught them how to fucking grow their crops. You know what I mean? They lived together and had a couple of hard winters together, in the beginning, and that's how friendships are fucking bonded. You know what I mean? You're starving your ass off, and a native guy comes and brings you a fucking basket of fucking whatever, some kind of food.
But they didn't
worked
ask.
together, though,
They
at
didn't
first.
come and ask.
No,
They came and stole, and the natives still
they
helped
still
them.
embraced them. Yeah.
And still taught them how to grow and how to survive on their own. Because, it goes back to those old sayings, like, you teach a man to fish. Where do you think that came from? That comes from.
Absolutely.
Like it is insane how much is just completely co-opted and just taken from people.
It's like she said, the rich in England need 100 servants each. Useless bourgeois, absolutely. They're clueless, just bred to be fucking dumb. And sure, if that kid does something wrong, ship him off to America, because why not? You know what I mean? You don't have to deal with him anymore. He's 3,000 miles away, and tough shit. Tough shit, Junior. Go make friends with the guys who already live there, and maybe you'll be all right. And a lot of people, I've read a few stories where, pioneer families, in the early times, in the late 1400s, early 1500s, living in harmony with the people who lived here. Granted, they still came and asked for some of this land that was already, it was like a universal land. The native people didn't see it as, this is my land, I grow here. This is everybody's.
Well, it wasn't states, there was territories, and it was respected territories that you didn't just go and you know what I mean? Like, if they had a conflict, they would, usually, like, from what I understand, is they would usually try to work it out.
That's absolutely true. Dingo says the very first colonies were corporate. They were corporate run.
They were.
The fucking
The furs, the fur trade.
The tea company in England owned everything. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, they footed the bill. They started out, well, they were like, all right, well, this seems like a good deal. There's unlimited fucking resources. Shit, yeah, we'll pour some money in there. Go get us all those furs. We're gonna crush the market in France. Like that was the hustle. Always the same grift. It's always about the dollar.
So, and then we have to think about, like, how did this day become a day, right? So, it was Reverend Alexander. He named it the first Thanksgiving. Like, okay, so, and then Lincoln declared it a holiday during the Civil War for unity. So, so there's this conflict between the Protestants and the Catholics and all of this, and then they're sending their people here, and it is not ended. This is not stopped. And like, just the slow, like, rewriting and retaking that history and just saying, no, we're going to make it this because that, it looks better for us.
It's not very complimentary that way. If you say it that way, Bob, they're not going to like it.
And to call and to say, like, the word Indians, you know what I mean? Like, that's not what they call themselves. and that's like it's a term that has been adopted, and that's why I try to say native or indigenous, because it doesn't
more
make
appropriate.
sense to call them, call a group of people, something
They
that
don't even
that
come from-
doesn't, and if you think of that term, right? Like when you think of the word Indian as opposed to indigenous or native, like what comes to mind? Me, it's like Indian. You think of all the ways that like that they have portrayed it, like when it comes to sports, the way that they have renamed all of the war, like it's like the Black Hawk and all that. Those aren't names that are just names that they pulled out of their ass. They've stolen it and they've co-opted all of it.
I think ultimately when I hear the word Indian, I think why they were called Indians in the first place, because they were dark skinned and they looked like the people who lived in India. That was the reference, right? Because that's the appearance they had. So some rich English dude who might have already gone to India, you know what I mean, before that trip, coined the term, and it's so ill suited. It's just not the right thing, they don't look Indian. You know what I mean? That's not the color they are. That's not the look of their genetics. It's just wrong. It's just fucking stupid. It's really, really amazing to me. It never ceases to amaze me how stupid people can be collectively. Just how fucking blind and ignorant and swept up in whatever it is, whether they believe it or not. It just can, the collective dumbness.
Well, even people who are educated on what the day is, like, to make it a holiday. To make a holiday and to celebrate a day that was genocide. That natives were in their own homes. They were in their longhouses. There's a story that a place called Groton that is pretty close to us, about 25-minute drive or so, and there's stories of how the pilgrims went there, and they literally pulled all the men out, and they made them come out of their huts, and they shot them and clubbed them to death. And then the women and children that stayed hidden were burned alive. And I know it's not something that's like easy to talk about, and people don't want to talk about it because it's horrible, but if we don't acknowledge that it happened, and we continue to do the same things that we're doing, we're part of the problem. And people, I think they need to stand up and say, no, this is enough. I'm not gonna say this is a day for my family to be together. That's not what this is. It is capitalism at its finest. Think about what you do when it's, Thanksgiving or Christmas or Easter, or, even like I could see you wanting to celebrate 4th of July or something, but Veterans Day and, like Columbus, it's like you're getting a sale on things. If it's a colonialism, if it's an imperialist holiday, you are going to get a sale on a car or a mattress or whatever you want to spend some money on. And that just really, really, oh my God. It's horrid. It's horrid.
Yeah, Popeye put in the room that he put the link up for like Hanna-Barbera, cartoons from when I was a kid, and it's like two little Indian braves supposed to be sitting around the fire made to look like doofuses, like just complete racism, just utter indefensible racism being portrayed about native people, and it didn't really it's just fucked how like mainstream that became. And the same thing with the black people, you know, in the 20s and stuff. That was just like commonplace to call a guy Sambo or something. You know what I mean? That was a black guy. Like that was just like socially acceptable. Everybody was cool with it. It's cool to make fun of Indians. It's cool to make fun of black people. You know, that's like the mindset, man. Like it's really fucking messed up when you realized how propagandized everyone is from birth to death. You know, like your whole life you're just fed a bunch of fucking nonsense that if you just question for 1 second, you would understand it to be false and be as angry as I am about being lied to all my whole fucking life.
Noli says that she has a story. Noli, how can we have you tell a story?
Send her a whatchamacallit.
Can't she
Invitation?
can't she come on if she wants to?
That's what I'm saying. You send her an invitation, right? Say this thing. Invite. You just send it to her email or wherever.
How do I know where to send it?
Ask her. 1823, the Christian doctrine of discovery was quietly adopted into U.S. law by Supreme Court in Johnson versus McIntosh. She'll be right there, she said. Sweet. She can probably just join anyway because she's got the juice. Let's see.
Yeah, if anybody wants to come in and join us today, we're you can come in and hang out with us, and
We'll send you a link.
Yeah, we'll send you a link. Tell us how. Fred said he needs a mattress.
Tell us where. He needs a wet mattress?
Yes.
Could we get Fred a mattress, please?
There she is.
He's gonna need a long one.
Hey, beautiful. How are you?
I'm not sure why, but I can't hear you.
Oh, no. Her mic is
Oh, I
on.
might have this muted actually.
Yeah, I think.
I fixed it.
There you go.
Yay.
See him move.
Yay! Okay,
So how are you, Noli?
I am fabulous. I can't. I have tons of complaints, but fuck
Yeah.
it. Won't do me any good. It won't do me any good. It'd make me sound pity if I complain about my bullshit anyway.
Hey, I mean, this is kind of complaining in a way, like, I want to wake people up to things. So, I mean,
But you're doing it to help other people.
yeah.
That's way different. So what I have for you, there's a little boy. Okay, this is back in PP days. There's this little boy whose mother is going through mourning, and he is very hungry. He decides he's going to steal some bread. He steals some bread, and he gets caught. And he's scared to death. He's just like, oh my gosh, they're going to cut my hand off. They're going to hang me. I'm dead. And I can hear my voice echoing.
Oh, can you?
Yeah.
Are you guys hearing echo?
I don't know. It seems good on here.
Okay, it might just be me.
Are you guys hearing echo?
Yep, I just heard an echo from you, and I got my YouTube.
I think you could.
Steve turned his phone on.
She has sound on somewhere else because right now it's.
Do you have the stream? Do you have the stream open?
No, well, I have it open, but I have it muted.
Hmm.
I can't hear myself no more, though.
Oh shit.
So, okay, this little boy is scared to death, and all the people come and surround him, and he's thinking, dude, they're gonna beat me to death. This is gonna be really bad. Well, instead, one by one, every person in the village goes up to him and tells him something good about himself. And they did this over and over and over again until he felt loved and confident and not afraid to ask for help. That's the story in the short run, anyway.
That's
The-
beautiful.
But yeah,
That's
so
beautiful. That's what we need to do. We it's the only way we're
I
gonna
think that's
get
why
anywhere.
the programs were done the way that they were done. They stole, and they did fucked up shit. And, there's that principle that was shared, and this was when this happened. I mean, this story takes place well after the settlements or the settlers showed up here. So that sentiment carried on beyond all the bullshit. And it's still like that today. I mean, do we have cousins that we will not invite to our house? But they can come on the property. you know?
But you're not making them invisible, right? Like that you still acknowledge that they're
Exactly.
there.
And when they need help, we help them. And, we have well, my mother passed away, and my youngest is living on her old property that's on the reservation. And there's like a shed, but it's like heated and insulated, so it's like a bedroom that's not attached to the house. And that's kind of like the room that those family members get to crash in.
Right.
That's beautiful. I love hearing the native stories. Yona was telling us some last night in the stream.
Yeah, he was telling us like creation stories and like the whole Cherokee thing. It was cool.
Beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. And I have like a stack of like Native American indigenous children's books and like books that cover all the different like backgrounds. I have one that's what is it? Papa God, Mama. Oh my gosh, I'm saying it backwards. But it's the Caribbean, the indigenous tales, the Caribbean and things like that. I am so drawn to it, and I think it's so beautiful. Like no group of people is perfect. Like that's just not what we are. But the way that we can look back, especially on the native stories, that it's always a lesson in there. It's like, this is what I learned from this, like this is the way, that this is the moral of the story. Like there's a moral
A
in
different
every
way to
story.
see things, put things in perspective. A lot of those stories have done that for me. Just make me realize how tiny you are in the greater scheme of things.
Yeah.
We are very tiny, but
that's what you're meant to do.
together we're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, together there is nothing small about us. Period.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Together strong.
So, how do you feel about, the way that, the history has, the way it's been portrayed and like what do you think we can do to go forward and change that?
Well, I know that as far as my tribe's oral histories, so we're not supposed to discuss them or share them outside of the tribe. I think that needs to change on our part.
I think that would be, yeah.
I think that needs to change on our part because most of the stories and the myths and whatnot that are that you're going to go and find in a museum or on PBS or whatever is not. It's like you're getting half truths.
It's like it's getting filtered by the man.
Yeah, or we're not telling the man everything.
Right. like there's intentional deception and mistrust, like even in just telling a simple, parable.
Yep.
So how you know what I mean? You either have to be part of it or accept it enough so that you can be shared with those things. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know how to separate the bullshit from the good stuff. You know what I mean? 100%. So I think you can filter it yourself a little bit, but you never 100%. Looking at it from the outside anyway.
Yep. Like my mother, so she has a book, and it's well, she's gone. I'm not used to talking about her in the past yet. She started writing it when she was a kid, and it was all the oral histories that she was told and that was shared with her growing up. but it's not written in English.
That's
And my
right.
father raised me, and so like I don't know. I can speak Salish a little bit, but it's broken. It's very broken.
We're struggling with Cherokee, trying to learn the Eastern Cherokee dialect.
See, now
Yeah.
that's actually way
Crazy.
easier than Salish. Like,
Really, I'm
yeah,
sure there must be like unbelievable complexity in so many different ones like that. Variation, just variations on a theme.
yes.
I feel like Cherokee is easier for me than a lot of the English language. Like learning it, I'm like, that makes sense. Like the way that it's pronunciated, like it makes sense to me.
That's good. That's good because I tell you what, my mom did try to teach me, and when she died, she was like running a class because she was one of the last three people in our tribe who spoke fluent Salish and
Oh,
used
Wow.
the correct enunciations. And she's just it's one lesson. And one of the other women who was teaching it, I mean, her dementia is so bad that she's not going to go back to teaching it. So there's only going to be one left if we're lucky that's teaching it that speaks it fluently.
oh my
Wow.
gosh.
You got to get the kids to know it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Get,
yeah.
get
And
as
that's
much of it on video as you can. Like,
Yeah. Document that.
all right, there's some, but it's archive footage for tribe members only, and I don't like that. I'm not comfortable with that. I think that's wrong.
Yeah. It is hard because, like, you know what I mean. How can you expect, people to grasp it? The things that you're saying. You know what I mean. It's hard enough to get people to listen for a second, and then if you just say, well, it's you can go look at this there, but you're only going to get part of the picture. You know what I mean? But we can't tell you the rest because that's just the way it is. And I mean, I have respect for that as much as I'm like, oh man, I wish other people could learn it as well.
yeah, it's like having a family recipe for something,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
it's like the secret. Like I have like a holiday recipes that were passed down, right? And like, so to me it's really like special that I have that. I mean, it makes it like mine, but I share it. I share it. Like I don't give out usually the recipe, but I share what it is that I get from it. And but I get why a tribe wants to do that, but then it's gonna die with the last
There's only
person.
3,000. Well, there's less than 3,000 of us left now, as it is,
Yeah.
and many of us are whitewashed, like I am. My dad is a very, 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 very super white guy.
Very, very white.
Extremely
Hey, I
white.
resemble that remark.
Extremely white.
Oh my god. And most of us that are left are we've been washed out in a way, and there's so few of us left, and pretty soon it's going to be like we were never here.
Yeah. But I think the Earth does that anyway to people, right? I mean, that's what happens. Like we're fleeting. We're like the mycelium that grows in the ground and retreats in the winter, and gets bigger again in the spring, and like eventually it'll disease or something, it will die off, and that strain of that mycelium is gone. It's not going to exist again unless something else mutates a little bit to be very close to that, but it'll never be exactly the same. So I think that's the nature of life. Like
Well, there's an ebb and flow of life,
Yeah.
but like that is an entire culture.
I understand. I'm just saying I'm relating to it in those terms, like on the Earth's terms. It's like, no, fuck you, pathetic humans.
I know.
Did you know that 5,600 women and girls, Native women and girls, go missing every year, but
Yeah,
only 120 of them make it onto the National Registry for Missing Persons?
Jesus,
I've watched stuff on that, and it's like there's just
that is heartbreaking.
it's so overwhelming because there's so many issues. It's like there's so many things that have gone on for so long.
Yeah.
That it's like it to know, like, oh my gosh, like my attention goes to all these different places, or if you focus it on one, are you not, do you not care about this other one? And it's by design, it's by design. It's like we have to gather the people that we can that have this knowledge, and just say, come on, we gotta do this. We gotta focus on this. We gotta take care of this.
I think the thing with the women disappearing like that, it's really sad, because like the same lines that divided the white people and the indigenous people, right, are just fucking levels thick now. You know what I mean? Like the intersection of county law and state law and federal law and all of these things that are supposed to be designed to protect people, they get in each other's way 9 times out of 10 in that circumstance. I was watching a thing about this, how like it was like impossible to get the police to come investigate a murder on the reservation because it wasn't in their jurisdiction. And if it's fucked up. It's like some crazy stuff there, like underlying issues, like where it's never fully meshed or been ingrained,
Yeah, I don't care who wants to say, oh, it's not in my hands, I can't do anything. Screw that.
Yeah,
Screw that.
I mean,
like
that's the reaction you have to it, like anger, like what the fuck? You know what I mean? Guys can't get it together to fucking figure this out. This is bullshit.
But like most reservations have like the BIA, and so which is the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and so they are like police of their own, and they do their job according to the Constitution. But even in the native police, there's dirty cops there too, and you just don't trust cops. Period.
Yes. Amen, sister.
Yeah, it's like we need our own. We need to rebuild that system. We need to.
Yeah, that shit is just broken. That's what I mean by it, like the intersectionality of that, where it should mesh together with the Bureau of Indian Affairs or whatever you call it, handling their business, and the cops working together in tandem, on
They do.
Oh, well, they do, but it's
In the wrong ways.
usually for the corrupt fucking means, and not the good way to fucking investigate things like disappearances of young girls and stuff. It's fucked up.
Well, yeah, and then women have been so like, girls can't wear certain clothes in school or walk down the street without being harassed, and it's like, no, that's not right.
Dressed, so she shouldn't have been there.
Right, that's
Yeah,
garbage.
fuck that bullshit.
Yeah, fuck that. Men who do those things need to control themselves. It is not our fault if they see us in that way and they cannot control themselves. And they're given like permission, like women are called all these awful things, but men are propped up by it. And like that's just part of what, being authentic and you know what I mean? Like us, we need to call this out. We need to stop this, stop the language that keeps this going and point it out, because people, like, it's mindless, I think, a lot of times. It's like, it's mindless, or it's easier to go with the flow of people instead of saying, like, no, this is wrong. We're done with this. And, I hear so many people say, oh, well, like, oh, I just do Christmas because it's a family thing, or Thanksgiving because it's a family thing, or Easter, but it's not part of their actual religion. Like, they do it, and it becomes right, like, just, this is what we do.
It becomes an obligation.
And who
says that you don't think about?
Who says that we need to do these things and, like, spend money, like, to be with family? Like, what?
You can go see your family.
Okay? I haven't been to a family like gathering that wasn't like a tribal thing in so many years, because I can't stand my father's side of the family. They can't stand me. It's just, it is what it is. They can go fuck themselves.
Yeah,
I'm
feel
not
you.
going to go to their house and pretend to play nice and let them put me down and make me feel like shit And me not stick up. No, I don't think so. I don't want to be around you people. You don't want me around. I don't want to be around you.
No, abusive family is just the same thing as having an abusive spouse. You know, it's garbage. You can't
Exactly.
be expected to. Oh, you're all gonna gang up on me? Okay, fuck you. I was being nice, trying to be here for you, but now you just want to shit all over me. I'm out, and I totally get that. And I don't think anybody could find fault with that, because I think that happens on many levels in many families. But my other argument, the other thing that I was saying, was the fact that you can go visit your family. You can show up at your family's house. You could go buy your sister a pizza. You know, you could go do something, just show up unannounced and be spontaneous and make a memory that's gonna fucking last. They're gonna be like, I can't believe it. She fucking came over last week. I haven't seen him fucking in 7 years, or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like, those kind of things. That's way more special than some fucking turkey and football.
Mm-hmm.
It's much
Don't get
more
me started on pro ball or college ball. Oh my God, I'll lose my shit.
I'm not condemning either turkey or football. I'm just saying.
I condemn them both to hell.
Yeah, we don't eat meat, so, you know, like, we're gonna have food, like, I'm gonna make food today, but I'm not making it because it's Thanksgiving food. I'm making it because I have butternut squash that, you know, my neighbor gave me that I need, you know, like, it needs to be eaten. And, like, those foods and stuff, it's like, and potatoes, because it is the harvest. That is what we need to eat this time of year. Our bodies are not, like, you know what I mean? Like, we're not made to always eat, like, you know, like strawberries in the winter, you know? And I'm guilty of still doing that, you know, sometimes, of course, organic, but, you know, like, I try to eat per the season too, you know, because I think that's important, that we listen to, you know, the cycles of the earth and nature, like, it's there for a reason. I mean, think about how amazing it is. We are on this world that is floating in outer space. Like, is magic.
Very magic.
It's magical, like what we have.
It's all magic. That's the whole thing. That's the cool part. The hard part is the interaction and the intersectionality of every other fucking thing besides just breathing. You know? That's the thing. And your brain will let you fucking divide that up into a zillion pieces and carefully process it and put it away. And, you know, you can take the scary parts and put them way down deep where you don't think about them. Don't have to use those stupid emotions and stuff. You know, it's really easy to be a subversive little bitch and go to work every day and not question anything.
Well, it's really easy to, even if you know that something is repressive to somebody else, and you know that it's not good to, like, you know, celebrate this, and then you make an excuse.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like, yeah, I acknowledge that's awful, but, and then that just erases everything you just said. When you say, oh, blah, 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 but, no, like, you don't just get to skip over that part. You don't just get to say, no, like, you know, and it's, people need to stand up. People need to stop saying, like, it's okay, or I'm going to do this, or I'm going to do that, and actually acknowledge what's really happening and do something about it. Don't just acknowledge it. Like, do something.
Yeah,
like,
I was saying, like, being you can still be subversive, like I said, and be a little bitch and go to work every day and not fucking do anything, but you think you're towing the line in your mind for some fucking twisted reason, like, you know, you're not gonna buy everybody in your family a Christmas gift this year or something. You know what I mean? People just make up some stupid shit rather than confront
we're
the
not buying
thing.
anything this year for anybody for Christmas or anything. Like, my kids, nobody. My kids aren't buying anybody presents either.
Yeah, it's a made up thing.
yeah. Why do we do this? You know, people go into debt.
I mean, I think
People go into debt for Christmas.
I think
Like,
every
why?
year, every childhood, right? Every childhood that you're a part of, whether you're the adult or the child, you should experience a Christmas where you got all the things you wanted and it was amazing. But that should be a one. You should have one.
Why though? Unless it's your holiday?
Because it's amazing and it's beautiful and it's cool to give your children that. But you don't have to tell them all the lies. You don't have to surround it with anything. You can make one special day. It doesn't have to be Christmas. I'm just saying every kid should experience that feeling because that is the hook of Christmas, right? I don't mean that it has to be Christmas or Christian or anything at all like that.
Like their birthday?
Their birthday. That's
what
better
we
holiday.
celebrate.
That's
Right.
right, exactly.
Like that is a bigger day to me than some day on a calendar that like the capitalist system tells me that I'm supposed to go spend all kinds of money and celebrate. I would rather celebrate, the day that my child was born. I mean, that's magical.
Yeah, that's good shit.
I want to celebrate the people that that are in my life, and like your family doesn't have to be by blood. I have chosen family. I have family that like you guys are family. Like when I say that, I mean that. It's not just like this. It's not empty.
These motherfuckers are like family to me. Let me tell you what. I don't leave my property for nobody. I get on planes. I go places for these motherfuckers.
That's awesome. But that's it. That's it. You choose your family. You don't have to it doesn't have to be blood. The people that you care about that treat you like their brother or their sister or their father or their daughter or their son or whatever. That's just like, that is like another part of the really cool shit about being alive, sharing things and making memories with those people.
Yeah, like when I want to give somebody a gift, I just give them the gift. Like, and I make a lot of stuff myself, so it's like it's not it's not going to be like something store bought. And when I want to gift somebody something, I gift them something.
Do you
it's
get
not
excited when you have something?
I don't have to wait. Like what?
I do.
It's a weird thing, it's like you
all
can't
the
do it before then.
preconceptions that people have, all this stuff we built up around giving, period. It's like, it's a big thing, like, no, I give you this.
I mean, if you look at the like what Christmas is supposed to be about, it's not about like, hey, spend all the money you have and you'll have a great day. Do you remember the gifts that you got as a kid?
Some.
A couple, yeah.
You know what I remember? I remember on my 13th birthday, the gift I got that day. And so I didn't know my dad growing up. I'm going to go through like a whole like thing about my dad one day because it's, I have a crazy story. Basically, when I was 4, my mom married my stepdad, and I was taken away from Washington State. And basically, I disappeared from, my dad's entire side of the family. Like, I didn't have contact with anybody there anymore. And, moved to Louisiana. My stepdad was Coast Guard, and moved, up the whole eastern, seaboard. But when I was 13, I lived in New Jersey, and my dad tracked me down. So as a kid, I never gave up on him, right? When I was 7, my mom asked me if I would take my stepdad's last name. And I said, no, I want my dad to be able to find me. At 7, I was determined. I never conformed. I never, and being repressed by military family, like that was not easy. And I look back at it, I'm like, damn, man, like I really did not, this is who I am. And this is, who I've always tried to be, even though I've gotten, like the propaganda's gotten me too, even being a person that's tried to be like that and it's natural to me, it's still gotten me.
Yeah, it always does.
So, when I was 13, my dad actually found, a friend of his that, was an ex-tugboat worker and was able to get somebody to find my information because my dad had no idea, right, where I was. And so my 13th birthday, I get, there's a knock on the door, and there's a guy there with a delivery of balloon and flowers. And I'm like, whoa. I'm thinking, like, it's my stepdad. He was away at sea, And I find out it's from my dad, like, my real dad. And I'm like, oh, my God. Like, holy shit. Like, he found me. And we never gave up on each other. And it was, I remember that day. I remember that day like it was yesterday.
What an awesome fucking day.
Do I remember what I got that year for otherwise or for Christmas or for any other, like, Easter, whatever freaking, holiday there was? Like, it wasn't even the fact that it was balloon and flowers. It was the fact that it was a little card with my dad's number on it. That's what was important to me that day. So those are the memories we need to make.
That is such a beautiful story. I don't even. It's bittersweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes on from there, and it gets, like, even crazier. We didn't have contact for very long, and my mom, like, kept, the cards that he sent me. She didn't let me see them. And then from New Jersey, we ended up moving to Connecticut. Not far from, where I am now. And then I found it. I found out that my dad, like, didn't stop with the contact. And I tried to call this number that was in there so many times that a guy eventually answered. And I said, oh, my gosh, I'm looking for my dad, and explain the whole thing. And I'm like, like 15, barely 15, I think, year old kid. And I remember his voice on the other end. He was so sad to tell me that it was a fax number that I had been dialing all that time trying to find him. So I remember this guy that had to, like, tell somebody that, like, no, I'm sorry, this isn't, it's not your dad that you're looking for. But, like, the compassion in his voice, that I will always remember that. I will always remember that. We did eventually find each other again. Me and my dad. We found each other again. And I, at 16, flew across the country by myself to meet my dad and live with my dad.
How did that go?
Oh, God. That was crazy. That was
Culture shock?
That was crazy. That's a story I'll have to go into. Like, I'll have to do a whole podcast on, like, that. It was crazy. Like, my dad lived in a truck. He didn't have, a house. I slept on my uncle's couch. I was without a house. Like, it was
It was a struggle, but you were with your dad.
Oh my gosh. Well, I was with him for a short time, and then I was kind of on my own out in, like, Washington State. I had, like, knew very few people, and yeah, it was crazy. I ended up, like, houseless, and like, if we didn't hunt for food or fish for food, we didn't have food. But I would not ever change that. I would never change that experience.
Fucking good life skills.
And made you who you are today, which is an amazing fucking person.
That's why she's such a badass, because of all the fucking shit.
Yeah, I don't even know how I made it through everything I did, but I just persevered. Like, you can't stop. You can't stop and let other people take you down. You just got to be who you are, and just, I don't know. I don't know any other way to be.
Well,
I don't know any other way to be.
I'm so glad that you are here and that you are on YouTube and that I've gotten to meet you and, like.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you were able to help us get, the StreamYard. I mean, it's changed things so much. It's like, oh, you could just pop in, and that's just great. I love that, like, it's just like, I don't feel like this is like, my space or Steve's space or just our space. This is like everybody's. This is like the space where we can come in and be together and spill whatever we need to spill. And it's a safe place for us within our community. And I want to learn about what everybody has in their background and what they want to, So
Okay,
what do
well-
you do today? Like, what is your thing? Like, do you do something special on this day to like, to
I
honor?
don't. I voice to my friends how fucked up they are for celebrating today. That is what I do. I was supposed to volunteer tonight at the safe house, but somebody who has been calling in a lot lately decided that they were going to do it today, and I said, okay, I'll stay home.
Nice. You want to work? Go ahead.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
That's
Oh, it's dude. Like we just recently opened up a men's safe house for male victims of domestic violence and of sexual assault because we needed a male house because men get sexually assaulted too, and they are
Right.
also victims of domestic violence too. It really pisses me off when people don't acknowledge that.
No, I believe that's 100%. My mom worked at a battered women's shelter when I was a kid, and I used to go with her all the time. And I was probably 16 at the time, and she's worked in that field for ages. That's probably how we're all like cosmically connected, like that sort of want to help people, fucking vibe.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was actually homeless with my daughter when she was really little, and we stayed at a shelter, and then I went back and I wanted to help because that helped me so much when I was when I was there, and I remember how scary it was. It's like an old industrial building. It was like the doctors and nurses quarters from like an old tuberculosis hospital, like from long, long ago. And it was such a industrial building, and it was scary to walk in there and you're like, whoa, like what the fuck, like where, and so I went back there to volunteer, and I did a lot of stuff with the kids and just tried to like reconnect the parents to the kids, because it's really easy to get disconnected with your kids when you're like in survival mode. So I would just do simple things like just bring coloring books and crayons or different art things and try to get the parents and the kids to do it together. And you could just see the incredible difference, like right away. And I eventually went there and worked there, and then I was able to continue that even more. But yeah, I loved that job. I did not love the fact that it really wasn't about that for everybody that worked there. It was like that cliquish, like office kind of like mentality. Like, yeah, if you did too good of a job, you were looked down upon, because other people didn't look as good or they had to work harder, and I did it out of like, that's just, I give everything my all. And so like, I don't know how to like, be
Well, and you know what
partial slacker so someone else doesn't have to work so hard.
for people who are experiencing trauma. Going through a domestic violence situation, going through a shelter, going through houselessness, it's very fucking traumatic. I don't give a fuck who you are. The shit is traumatic. I don't care if you've been out there for 5 or 10 years. It's still traumatic. It's still, it's got you fucked up.
It is.
It's hard.
Really freaking hard.
Fully been there.
And then, like, as a male, too, like, with males, I noticed, like, there were single dads that were there, and, like, they're, like,
Single dads don't really have a place to go with their children. And it's horrid. It makes me sick. And that's one of the reasons why we opened up this new house.
Yeah, ours, it was a family shelter. So it was no matter what your family makeup was.
Awesome.
You know what I mean? As long as you were a family.
We don't have those here.
I mean, but we didn't have that many, places, and the cycle of being houseless and like, if you go through that as a kid, you're like so much more likely to go through that as like an adult and continue that cycle. So it's a really hard cycle to break. And also, it's like the stereotypes that come along with being a man. Like, you're supposed to be like, you're supposed to do this and this and this. And like, it's like, we're gonna do a whole show on that because, like, the gender identities and the way that we fall into those and the way that, we use those to our advantage. Like a woman, it's really easy to be like, oh, I need help with this. Can you help me? Like it's easy for that to be something that you do. You're just like, yeah, I'll use this to my advantage. And like a lot of times I don't think people even realize it, but when you're doing that, you're disadvantaging somebody else. Like you are disadvantaging the fact that, a man might not, like they might not be the one that's the breadwinner or whatever the stereotype is that, that society has put on that, on their gender. It's pretty intense. It's very repressive. Like you were saying with the men with domestic, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you want something to cry about? Like, that's how I was brought up, It was like, if you're crying or you're being emotional, like, you want something to cry about? Like, and we have to think about how those things changed, right? Like, why is that not something that I do? Because I decided that wasn't right and I stopped it. Like that, I was like, no, I'm not going to raise my daughter that way. So standing up and like saying like, no, we're not going to celebrate these freaking stupid, these stupid things that they put on us. And like, they don't celebrate every holiday. It's not like every like religious, everything. Like if you have a religion outside of like, what they consider to be like the mainstream religions that they put on all the calendars, then it's just not recognized.
Yeah, I don't think that's right either. I think, there's a freedom of religion. And I think that if this, religion A or religion B is your thing, if you need to pray 5 times a day, you should have a space where you can pray 5 times a fucking day, whether you're at work or at home. It does not matter. Fucking what's the big deal? What are they doing? Hurting anybody? Shut up. I think that should be provided for people, but I don't think that just because it's a social norm to celebrate Christmas here in America. At one time it wasn't. At one time it was illegal.
Yeah, there's no separation of like church and state bullshit. Like that is not. That's so fake. It's fake.
If there was a separation between church and state, then churches would be paying taxes. Okay.
Yeah, don't even get me started on the churches. Like,
churches, yeah, I will freak out too. It's okay.
Children are not safe children are not safe at particular churches, and parents need to stop bringing their children to these churches and expecting different.
I think all the people that work in the systems of like legal and custody and all the little fucking octopus arms of the state that touch our children. There are predators in every one of those fucking sectors. Every single one. Like I've seen it like over the years where like I was just saying in chat, there's this guy Dick. He was the fucking probation officer in Killingly, Connecticut for like 25 years. He started off as just a probation officer and he was running it by the end. By the time he was about to retire, all these guys started coming forward and fucking recounting their time with him, and he raped like fucking hundreds of kids.
Yep.
Like hundreds, and I know so many of them. It's just fucking insane, and I really feel like all of those things need to be rebuilt and restructured because they're all full of fucking these predators, man, that prey on our fucking kids. It's fucked up.
Yeah. Okay.
Coaches and fucking just gymnastic squads and all these different networks of people.
Cops, lawyers,
and the cops hide it and stuff. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and like, so the next thing that's coming up is like, Christmas and Santa, which is such a weird thing that like I even like fell into that, like, because I remember, like, okay, so the weird thing about it is if you break it down to its basic core, right? So you have this old guy, you go sit on his lap and you take a picture with him, right? And then, he knows what you're doing all the time. And I don't know whose standards that is that you have to follow, right? Like, I don't know. I guess it depends on whatever, I don't know, your family decides is appropriate, So, like, you can't make mistakes. You always have to be good or you're not going to get anything. And this guy breaks into your house. And he brings you presents, though. So he's rewarding you. And it's so weird to me. It's like you're lying to your children, and then you're saying all these things to make it true, like to what? Like comfort yourself that this is okay. It's weird. It's really weird. And then like when you do find out, you're like part of a club, right? Like you're like, yeah. I know the truth. So like
that quote, love isn't seasonal.
Yes, love isn't seasonal. But it's like, like you're told these things and it's like you're setting the children up that like it's okay if you get lied to if capitalism wins.
For real.
It's true, right? It's like you think about it down to its core, all these things, and it's like, that's really kind of creepy. Like, why do we do that?
Yeah.
Why do parents continue this?
That's why.
It's the herd mentality, right?
Well,
I feel like
it works in symbiosis with that. It's just mind control. They've been mind controlling us from day one.
Yeah, like
the sooner you realize, like it took me 53 years to realize that was actually what was happening. Like on a grand scale. You know what I'm saying? Like if you can realize that when you're like 5, you'd be fucking owning shit.
Right?
Yeah, like Steve, I like broke his brain open. Like, hey, here you go, crack.
Yeah, it's tremendous what clarity does for a person.
It makes life a lot scarier.
It does. I mean, the fear factor doesn't really wane because that's what everything is built on in the first place. So, like, you're already conditioned to feel that way anyway, so it's no bigs. Now it's like, whatever. So now I have 9,403 things to be fucking afraid of.
And it's just like more and more things, right? Like it's like, oh, well, I need to have, you have to go and find something that somebody needs. Like, oh, or they want, it's like, it's not about, and then like, if you're poor, so like, does that mean you're bad because you're poor? Like, poor kids don't get as much.
Yeah.
And then like, people only care about people eating like around the holidays. Does that make people feel more comfortable saying like, oh, well, I donated to like the food pantry because it was Thanksgiving or it was Christmas or it was Easter. You know what?
Charlie Brown said
people don't give a shit.
Charlie Brown said it's intergenerational trauma effects.
It is.
That maintains that fucking ever forward fucking consume. Never stop being a good consumer.
Yeah, I mean, but like, like someone.
It is isolating.
I think it was Professor Zinkus had something on like Twitter, like, oh, Biden's going to be here and think about all the people like, who don't have a meal tonight or aren't going to have a meal for Thanksgiving. And I'm like, you're missing the whole fucking picture here.
Yeah.
The larger picture is that people are hungry every day, not just on a holiday. You think that they care if it's a holiday and what he's eating? He's eating better than everybody every day. It's not just on Thanksgiving or Christmas. And like, it's like you don't just get to drop off some dry goods that are probably things that expired in your pantry or aren't really healthy foods for somebody and then feel good about yourself.
Right.
It's like that doesn't make me feel better. If you want to feel good, make you know what I mean? Like do things that actually matter. Like, one good thing is like making up like purses or bags, especially like a bag, because it's helpful. Like if you see somebody that's out asking, they're flying a sign, they need money, or, like somebody in need, and you have a bag that has like, socks in it and like things that are gonna like that you need, right? Like snacks, dry goods, like snacks like sunflower seeds, granola bars, whatever, something that is, very basic, but will give them some nutritional, and that is a more generous thing to do than just, I mean, and money is good too. Like if somebody's out there flying a sign and people are like, oh, well, what if they go buy drugs with that? Or what if they go buy alcohol? You know what? I don't give a shit what they spend that money on. I'm giving it to them. And if it keeps them from being sick because they buy drugs, then let them not be sick. If they buy alcohol with it, maybe they won't be cold that night. I don't care. That's I'm not going to judge them based upon what I think they might spend it on.
Nice.
I'll buy booze and like, someone needs a bottle of booze, I'll bring them that.
Whatever.
You know what I mean? Like, because then they might not get sick. They might not have the shakes. And I don't promote alcohol or anything like that. But, I'm not a drinker. But I would, if somebody's in need in that way, like...
Yeah, you don't get to choose the need that you help them with. You know what I mean? If you're going to give a guy $1, you're going to give him $1. You're going to give him a cigarette, give him a cigarette. You're going to give him a joint, give him a joint. Whatever you can do that makes his situation a little better because yours is better to start with. That's the fucking point. If people just thought of it in those terms, I think, there wouldn't be, thousands of people sleeping under fucking freeways tonight.
I agree 100%.
There's just so many ways that we can, we can examine these things that we do and really make a difference. Like the little things matter. The little things matter. Just saying hi to people, asking them how they are, and like genuinely caring, like a stranger, like just smiling at them, holding the door for them. Like if you think about everybody as in like they're just friends that I haven't met yet, or I don't know yet, then, it's so much easier to think about like how you would treat that person if they were your friend or they were your family, like what would you do if one of your family members needed help? Like they say that if you're behind somebody that's driving like really slow, you think about it as if it's like your grandma you're behind, and it makes it easier. If you were behind your grandma, you'd be like, all right, come on, grandma, but not necessarily like angry and pissed because you understand it more. You relate. Oh, yeah, I got to look at the chat and see what else is happening.
Check that chat out, mama. It's been really fun chatting with you, Noli D.
Yeah, this is awesome. I love it. Love it.
I'm so glad that we have so much in common and feel similar about certain aspects of the social fucking construct that we live in.
Yes.
Absolutely. I mean, I was on Mr. Wilson's stream earlier, right? And you were on there, but they didn't understand. Like they didn't know what Thanksgiving was. That it was really a genocide. They had no idea.
I know. Well,
no clue.
So just bringing that up and being truthful in a chat, think about what that did.
Yeah, one of them said something about, well, gee, you're making your country look real good or whatever. It's like, well, sorry, America is our social system, our government system, it is fucked.
Yep.
Yeah, and if we don't acknowledge that it's fucked, we're never going to get it to be better.
You can never unfuck it unless you admit to fucking it in the first place. I mean...
Let's keep lying to the world about how perfect everything is here.
Yeah. That illusion, like somebody was having this conversation the other day about how, it's you got to really fear the Chinese because they've had all this success and da-da-da. I'm like, listen, dude, we gave all the manufacturing jobs to them. Now you're going to complain about the pollution that they're so what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, our country is now smoke free, basically, compared to what it was in the 70s when we still made everything.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's why it was smoky in the first place.
We
made everything.
What's
we ran
our
on coal.
what's our carbon footprint that is in China? Because we have a carbon footprint because we sent all the jobs there, and then we blame them for their carbon footprint.
Right, and
Right?
our military
what?
is the biggest polluter of them all. So after we don't have 900 military bases on the books, you know, and there's probably 3,000 of them spread out across the world, and as soon as we don't have those, then I'll start to entertain the notion that China is a big polluter and they're terrible.
Yeah, like let's think about how much how much our like everything that we get from there pollutes.
Yeah, it's just we're just lending to it, buying everything that they make. So it's either going to get made here, or it's going to get made there, and wherever it's getting made, it's going to generate pollution, and that's just a fact. We have to have better ways to make things. Stop making things out of plastic and petrochemicals.
Yeah, we have the solutions. We have them.
There are solutions.
If we can get people to frickin' Mars, then you can't tell me that we don't have ways to do this.
Hey man, if a fourth dimensional marmot can mess up the hydrogen collider, you know, we can do anything. You know,
I
we can
agree.
time travel. Pretty sure.
Yeah, it's
I'm pretty sure I've had a conversation with Snork, and I'm pretty sure he understands the mechanics of time travel to an extent that he probably could invent a machine to do so. And therefore, I'm convinced that he already has, and that's how we got stuck in this fucking cartoon fucking realm we're in now.
Popeye has put a comment up. I don't know how far back these are, guys, so sorry if I'm far back. But Popeye said that he cooked at shelters and they liked his food. It was scary. Oh my gosh. When I worked at that shelter, we never had like the things that we needed. I was always bringing like, eggs in because we always made cakes for everybody for their birthday. Like that's one of the things I love to do is just make a cake for everybody's birthday. Like, I don't think my daughter's ever had a store-bought cake ever in her life. We always just make a cake for her birthday or whatever it is. And, oh my gosh, one time I even made a black Betty Boop. Because the lady, like, she was like, I love Betty Boop. So I made a black Betty Boop for her. And, it's just that the food in the shelters, it's really, really hard. Because you don't always get the best stuff. Like it was Meals on Wheels that provided our food for us, and it would come in the big trays of food that, But I volunteered at our local soup kitchen, and they made really good food there. I mean, fantastic. Our soup kitchen that we have locally is really, really awesome, and the lady Jill who runs it is like, she's an angel, I swear. Like, she's just like an angel. I actually made her a painting with her as like an angel because like she really is though. She does like, she cares, like that's her life. The executive director, that is her life. Like she is, that is who she is. And I feel like I've done Thanksgiving over there too, where we actually served the patrons their meals. Like, instead of them going through a line, we would bring them the food to their table and everything like that. And actually the local cops came in and helped serve the food. And the one thing that I really like about what she does down there too is that she bridges the gap between the patrons and the cops. So if the cops need to, to talk to somebody that, they know is, someone that frequents the soup kitchen or, someone local, they'll go to her. They'll go to Jill and she will be kind of between because, people are intimidated by the cops and, fuck them. But, like at least there is a bridge between the two. Like, like somebody between them where it's not like, this aggressive, like, so she can kind of find out like where they're at and like and she works with PO officers and everything. So I think that that's the kind of thing we also need, You know, we need those in between people, the people that do that social work and help. You know, like it just goes back to seeing your fellow human as a human.
I agree. Wholeheartedly.
Yep. Well, a lot of the holidays that we have are all based on, you know, pagan beliefs. A lot of them. Yeah. It is crazy how much of that.
Co-opted.
Yep, they co-opt everything. Oh my gosh. 8.5 years on an ankle bracelet. Oh my God. That would be freaking, that would just,
It's torture.
yeah.
It's absolute fucking torture.
Was on it for 8.5 years.
Huh?
I served
Charlie Brown had one.
I was on DOC, but I never had to wear an ankle bracelet. Thank God that. I don't think I would have been able to handle that.
I am grateful and very lucky that I don't have any record. I'm just grateful for that. We'll just put it that way. Nothing on.
I don't think there's a person in this country who can say honestly that had they gotten, caught for some of the shit they'd done in their past, they wouldn't have served prison or jail time.
Yeah, Henry Ford. Charlie Chusey says in the chat that Henry Ford invented a piece of hemp, like a little flat board that you could hit with a fucking sledgehammer and it wouldn't break. It was hemp Kevlar basically, and he was gonna make his cars out of it. And they're like, no, you're gonna make them out of metal, so they'll decompose and we'll sell more of them.
Wow.
But Henry Ford was a horrible racist prick, but he absolutely had some fucking cool inventions.
See, Jilly, you're right. See, Santa is he was the first primer of surveillance, guys.
Poop said, don't
Santa got us ready for that surveillance state. See, he knows.
Yeah.
Watch
That was
it
just
while you're
normalizing
sleeping, while you're awake. Yes, she-
normalizing the surveillance state.
I know. Is Santa the original surveillance?
Santa, the original spook.
It's true, though. I mean, like, my brain goes into these, like, man, is that all connected? I think that's interconnected.
There's some weird Betty Boop type stuff going on, I think. You had the song that you wrote with the boop, boop, de boop, and Jilly the other day was talking about Betty Boop, de boop, de boop, and now Ian says, and Betty Boop wouldn't let Pasta speak at the Medicare for All march. Like, whoa.
MST3K.
There's a lot
Oh
of boop
my
going
God. Oh my God. I actually went and saw MST3K in the theater when they did it, and they did basically like the live stream of them reacting, and it was funny.
That's what we were just talking about was the video footage of Henry Ford beating up the fucking quarter panel of a fucking truck with a fucking baseball bat, and it doesn't dent at all. It's just like, it's hemp. It's Kevlar hemp. Hemplar.
Yeah.
I think they were supposed to be allowing textile companies to start using hemp again here in the U.S.
Yeah.
I have like some hemp stuff, and it's like my favorite stuff. I have like a cap for my locks, and it's great. It is great. It's soft. Oh my gosh.
I think
I'm 42. I bought this dress when I was 15. My oldest daughter wears it now,
nice.
and it's made of hemp.
I'm your same age. We're the same age.
That's awesome.
I'm 41. I'll be 42 in July. So, yeah. I know. I have stuff from back in my high school days, and I'm like, that's just crazy that I still have this, and it's still, it's still good. Like there's such a difference in how things were made then to now too.
Everything's disposable now, or it has been for the last 2 decades at least. Like if you have a shirt from the 90s that was like screen printed well, that son of a book, it looks about the same as it did then, you know, maybe a little worn from the washer, the color or whatever, but other than that, it's still a strong, like the cotton was like a better grade that they used, and the whole thing.
Yeah, I like this. The unhoused and poor don't own airplanes, shipping containers, or cargo ships that bring the drugs here, do they? They don't.
Oh, I was gonna say I thought the Orange Man bad really dropped the ball. His slogan should have said "Make America Hemp Again."
Yeah,
right. And he
like
could
everything was hemp,
He
right?
could have just blew up and brought back manufacturing jobs like a motherfucker. People would have lost. He would have been the best president in the world. Everybody would have loved him, except for the Dems, you know. But Russia.
Oh, Noli, Kate was asking where you are located.
Oh, so do you know where Aberdeen, Washington is?
Aberdeen.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That's where Kurt Cobain is from?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bob
Okay,
Dylan
so
sings about that place.
I'm like northwest there.
Oh, okay. I'm from Everett. That's where I was born.
Okay, so yeah, that's probably about 4 hours from here.
Okay. Yeah. See, we can drive like 20 minutes one way and get to Rhode Island, like 45 north, we can get to Mass, and a couple hours we can be in New York.
Yeah, Connecticut is fucking tiny.
We are so tiny.
You could drive across it 5 times in 4 hours.
Yes. I was talking to somebody, was it the day before yesterday? They live in Trinidad, and he said that he can drive around the entire island in 6 hours.
That'd be a cool day trip.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I want to go there. Like,
But it's just gorgeous up there where you live. That's freaking cool.
oh yes, we're moving back there eventually. Like, we want to move back there, like as soon as
Where
we
I
can.
live is like smack dab in the middle of the rainforest.
Oh,
Sick.
yeah. People forget that the Pacific Northwest is a rainforest.
Yeah,
They forget that
that's
part.
just dope, man. Good air.
Yeah, if it weren't for it being reservation land, there wouldn't be any. I can promise you that.
Right.
It's crazy too. Like even when we were on Mr. Wilson's stream earlier too, like I'm saying this stuff about the United States, and they're like, no, like what? Like they're like, dude, I live here. I live here. You guys don't understand. Like, it's not what you guys think it is. It is not really like this free country. Like, they were arguing with me over whether or not there was vaccine mandates. They're like, no. And a private business, they can keep you out. I'm like, so wait, you think that it's okay for a private business to tell me that I can't come in and get food if I don't have a paper? That's not okay. I mean, we don't have to get into that whole spiel, but like, it's just that it's the perception that people have too. Like they didn't know what Thanksgiving was for real.
Yeah, and their perception on the vaccine was just MSM. It was just like what they've been told. Like, it's no big deal. I got it. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's like, yeah, but nothing should be forced on anybody. That's not okay.
Yeah, I don't think anybody should be forcing anybody, their will on other people, or their the way that like the whole vaxxer, non-vaxxer fucking shit. Like, why are you trying to force somebody to do something to their body that they don't want to do?
Well, think about what today is.
Right.
Yeah, it's like forcing people to do what they don't want to do. That's the thing with that. I
mean, that's what it's based on.
Yeah, fully.
Colonialism. That's.
Dude, just go back.
It's crazy, right? It all comes back to the same thing.
It all comes back to the same bullshit. Yeah, that whole vaccinate or not vaccinate, or you gotta, and or you're gonna get fired. I'm gonna fire all these people because they don't want to. First of all, they don't want to tell you what's in it. They don't want to give you any information for 55 fucking years. You're telling me that's a good idea, and you're down with fucking everybody's got to get it when you can't know about it. It was a drug trial in the first place. Like, it's crazy to me. Like, how do people just How do people just go along with it? They're just like, it's no big deal. Just get it. I got it. It's fine. I had no effects. And I don't know. Well, how about
Well,
the
I
people
mean-
that are dropping dead? You know.
Well, see, now, I
Did
Well,
they
you
have
have
a
to think
fucking
about-
race?
effect from the fucking vaccine, and I still can't take a full breath. It feels like, you know.
Oh, honey.
Yeah, sorry. It sucks because it's so like blatantly in your face. Like, fuck you. You don't get a fucking, don't question this. Just do it.
Oops.
Shut up and do it. And that's it. And
Right.
any dissenters are the only ones I see they're doing in other parts of the world. They're just not it's not coming together as big in the United States. New York, they shut down the friggin' bridge for a while. You didn't see that shit on TV. You know? But that's what it takes. It takes everybody getting in the street and fuck you. Fuck you. I won't do what you tell me.
Great song. Great song.
Yes.
Love that song.
It
Oh
is
my god, I love
perfect.
that song. That song's the fucking shit.
Yeah, man. If you ever want to be pissed off about something, just turn that song on, and it will help you get there.
It sure does, doesn't it? His voice is so fucking beautiful, though. I want to hear him sing Dulcinea or Man of Crap. It's from the Don Quixote play.
Man of La Mancha?
Yes, that song. I want to hear him sing that song. Oh my god, he could kill that song.
Yeah. That's a good one.
If people find out what kind of fucking music I like, they look at me all weird.
Talking about show tunes, you guys.
Blues is my favorite.
So this Santa thing really, really bothers me, guys. And then the Easter Bunny thing. Like, really? Really?
Bunny.
We go sit on a giant rabbit's lap too? What the hell?
Giant rabbit that poops out eggs.
Puts out eggs in weird places. What the fuck? What is that about?
Like, how do we believe this? How do we believe the tooth fairy? Everybody, like, freaking breaks in your house too. Like, everybody magically can get in your house.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh. And then, like,
Surveillance.
there's Halloween too. Like, that, like, oh my gosh. So, like, we tell our kids not to take candy from strangers, and then we, like, take them house to house and say, here, take candy from strangers.
Right? It is a contradiction, ain't it?
And I feel like it just, it sets us up. It all sets us up.
Yep.
It's all part of that. Like, it's just been
Conditioning.
built and built and built on each other.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the smartest people, you know, like they don't question it. And I'm like, you guys, like, brilliant people continue to do these things.
It's really strange. Like the guy that played bass in the band that I was in, it was his band, and I played with him for like 25 years. And right before the elections, I remember talking to him, like, and him saying something like, I'm like, so you're for Bloomberg? Really? Like, Bloomberg had just gotten the race? And I'm like, really? That guy's okay with you? I'm like, he's a corporatist fucking centrist douchebag. What the fuck? How could you say that's a good candidate, you know? Well, I'd vote for him or Joe Biden. And I'm like, oh. And from that very conversation before our set, the fabric that had been holding us together started to fucking fray. And like, I just, no, dude, your fucking ideals and everything that I thought you were into and I thought you appreciated about other humans doesn't really come into play. And like, just caused this divide, like, but that was I think I referred to it because that's the moment that I realized, like, wow, dude, really, you're okay with centrism and neoliberalism? You know, you're all right with all of that, like all the rest of these fucking other douchebags that I've been making fun of for like ever. You know what I like? It was crazy. It was crazy to me. Like, he just tolerated my I was a crazy guy politics, and it just got even worse from there. And now we don't even speak because he was a complete asshole to Lucky, said like obscenely fucking gross shit to her, like as if she, you know, all she did was question a thing about Joe Biden and the Social Security benefits.
Yeah.
Like it was like a documented thing, like Joe Biden saying, you know, he was going to cut Social Security, basically.
Yeah, I said that he wanted to cut Social Security and that he acted towards that. And he's like, he never did that. I'm like, no, he tried to. And then I got that's a whole other thing.
Fucking pale man. And that wears a better fitting suit. That's the only difference between Biden and Trump, in my opinion, is that Biden's suits fit him. Other than that, there is no fucking difference.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. No, I think that Biden is worse than Trump. Okay, and here's my logic behind that. Biden has been making policies and doing and enacting things for 40 plus years. Trump could never, even if he was in power for the rest of his life, never enact enough what Biden did.
Yeah,
he could never amount to
who's
that
gonna
level.
reinvent the '94 crime bill? You know what I mean? That's kind of
Back in the 90s, yeah. And
that's kind of Michael Jordan level shit right there. Like Joe Biden's '94 crime bill, what it's done to fucking society. You know what I mean? Like
on a global scale, fucking Biden is way fucking worse. Way fucking worse.
yeah, collectively, like all the collateral damage that he's caused with the stuff that he's done, absolutely. But they're both really awful human beings.
Exactly.
I think that's what we need to remember.
They're both fucking liars. They're both fucking, you know, just pieces of fucking garbage. They all belong in Gitmo, dude. They all belong in fucking Gitmo.
Yeah,
Noli,
they're fucking war criminals.
this is the best we could do out of all the people in the country.
Bullshit.
What the fuck?
Seriously, my daughter is going to be 18 and she could do a better job. A 5-year-old
My
could
dog
do a
is
better
a
job.
What the fuck?
Like, this is what we could do, guys. This is it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're so fucked.
Yeah, no, tremendously fucked. That's the thing is like you gotta laugh about it because otherwise you'll just cry because it's so heinously.
It's that
Our existence is like so heinously freaking, you know, just beat up in every direction.
Right?
Oh my gosh, do you see what Barbara put? She lives on an island, 3 miles long and a half mile wide. If you missed the bus on one side, you could run to the other and catch it. That's awesome. I lived on Governor's Island in New York, and it's a really small island. We'll have to do a show on that because that was the coolest place to live. That's great. Why did they have a bus then?
He's so funny. He's like, that's right. He's like, you found out your bass player loves the Knights of Malta, and I thought that was. He's like, yeah. I turned my back on all my musical friends. Also, they were using targeted individual techniques on him, and that's the people who worship those Knights of Malta with their diplomatic and international immunity, inside trading, warmongering. Not somebody I need to party with.
Okay, right?
Yeah, like this whole thing that's happened. I mean, like, you know, whatever your opinion is on it with everybody, you know, I'm not here to discuss the politics of that. Like, you know, I do that elsewhere. But, you know, like, it's really been clarifying. It has been so clarifying to see, like, where people really stand, how they really like feel about things, and know who's a fucking shitbag.
It's good to know.
Speaking or find out why it is that they feel that way, because sometimes maybe they're misinformed or you're misinformed, or there's like some kind of misunderstanding there that they're taking wrong, like with the whole like the Black Lives Matter thing, and people getting all pissed off because all lives matter. Like, really, that's not what they're not saying, that nobody else matters.
Right. A nuanced conversation about anything that you disagree with someone else about is always needed. That's how you hash it out.
Tomorrow,
yeah, and I had those conversations with these people. Believe me, it wasn't like a lack of trying, because I have those conversations with strangers that I don't know.
Yeah, some people you can't reason with.
They're so stuck in that way that like to acknowledge it also means that like
they have to say I was wrong.
Yeah, and you're willfully gonna have to ignore it if you want to continue on with what you're doing.
Yep.
Like you are part of that problem, and once you can acknowledge that you're part of that, and then it's like you have to make a choice. Which way are you going to go with it? Are you going to decide to continue that, or are you going to be authentic and say, wait, like I'm not going to continue that anymore. So that's kind of like what this is about too. Like, on a day like this, it's like, how many people know what happened? A lot of people know that it's not a great thing that happened. And they say it's a day for family. Pick a different day. Like I say, if you want to like have get-togethers with your family, do it anytime.
Yeah.
Don't let anybody else tell you what food you're supposed to have, or you know what I mean. Like make your own traditions, make your own. Like make it you, make it about you, make it about your family, your community, making something better. Yeah.
Being authentic, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, be authentic.
Speaking of authentic, friggin' choosy again with the, he's like, when I found out Ann Coulter,
wait, start over.
Ann Coulter and Steve Bannon were backstage level deadheads, I vowed not to patronize the boys anymore. I had that same feeling when Tipper and Al were partying with Jared and Bob up in the fucking White House, and and Willie was up there smoking a joint with Jimmy Carter, and like all them motherfuckers. Fuck that shit, man. Bunch of fucking sellout motherfuckers.
Yeah,
it makes me angry. It makes me. I love their music, and it'll never go away. I'll never stop loving their music. But as people, they make some fucking terrible fucking friends.
But we have to also acknowledge that just because they're beautiful musicians and they're awake in so many ways doesn't mean that propaganda hasn't become part of them too and part of their life, So it's really hard, like, because you have this like guttural like response, like, no, screw that, I don't want, no, they like they don't agree with me, they don't they don't get it, they don't understand it. But that's who we have to talk to. We don't need to convince people that we already know, like we need to bring more people in. We need to make it inclusive and not exclusive. Because if not, we're like the division continues. It continues. You
got to have those conversations. Fred says, I tried a nuanced conversation about a nuanced conversation, and the nuance combusted.
That can't happen.
And he's like, nothing worse than Popeye says, nothing worse than a nuanced double negative. Take you out.
Did you see what Dingo put up? If someone calls you an anti-vaxxer, call them a vaxist.
Bohemian Grove guest list will make you cry with the fucking people, the quality, the caliber of artists that have passed through that fucking place. Unbelievable. Sad. It's really sad.
Social constructs and social conditioning and fucking...
Ugh. Fucking gross acceptance of really bad standards and really fucking low fucking fruit, just disgusting, man. Just disgusting people.
I'm sorry, but our grandparents fucked us over.
Yeah, this has been passed down to us, and I'm like, I am not willing to pass this on to the next generation and the generations, however many more there are. I refuse to do that blindly and just like pass it on. I won't. It's been passed on to us. We're in this mess because of that. So I have to do what I can, and everybody has their strengths. Everybody can do something, like some people can't get in the streets. But everybody can talk to people.
Other people make phone calls, send letters, and send emails. And other people go out into the street and fucking freak out and get beat by the cops.
Yeah.
And, everybody has their, but it's like you got to have a three-angled attack when it comes to dealing with government entities. You can't just be out in the streets. You can't just send a bunch of letters. You can't just make a bunch of phone calls.
No, it has to be concerted. You have to consolidate.
All that shit has to be happening at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of letters, I'm sure that you guys all know Commander X. That was, he's falsely imprisoned in California. I wrote him a letter, I sent it out, I don't know, probably a couple weeks ago. But I got a letter back today, and it made my day. So I can't imagine, being, locked up and not having much contact with the outside world or people in general.
Or
And,
just thinking people forgot that you even exist.
Yeah.
And so, I got this letter back, and it made my day. Remember when getting mail was like a cool thing when you were
that
a
was
kid?
the shit,
I
man.
let my mail fucking stack up to where, once I have a couple packages out there, then I'll go get it.
Yeah.
It's better if your mailbox is far away. You can put it off and stuff.
I know the mailman probably gets mad at me, come on, lady, get the mail. But I always try to leave my mailman whenever I can, just a little, gift card for somewhere or something. They they work really hard and they work all the time, and through freaking crazy shit. I see them out there in the worst weather. I'm like, God.
Yeah,
those
shitbag little trucks from the 80s. What the fuck is that about? Why are they still driving those little fuckers? You should think they would have their own personal little droid go gadget fucking arms or something that, you know what I mean? What the fuck?
I mean, I'd really rather still have a person delivering the
It's
mail.
2021, right? I mean, I want a person, but I want him to have gadget arms, so he only has to walk over here and can hit all the houses in one shot.
And even if you don't have money or anything to give to the mail carrier that you have, just a little note of thank you. You know what I mean? That goes a long way.
Show everyone a little bit of kindness, It goes a long fucking way. It really does.
It doesn't have to be something monetary, It doesn't. Mm-hmm. So yeah. If you guys want, I can put the address for Commander X. I mean, I don't really know him, but he has a dog that looks just like Leo. It looks like Leo's twin.
Yeah.
And I sent him just a little printed paper image of Leo, and he was just thrilled with that. And he thanks Steve for making some of the art that we've been using, for free Commander X and stuff.
Yep.
And
we sent him the picture of Zabby.
yes,
I tricked out a picture.
Glory
of Zabby.
Jones sent a picture of Zabby printed out that Steve had made. Is it on here?
Keep talking. No dead air.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'm ear hustling. My neighbor's out there screaming, and I don't know why.
The turkey ran away.
It's a deep fried turkey.
I think she might be drunk. I think she's calling her cats.
Nice. Drunk neighbors are entertaining.
Oh God,
gosh.
she's so fucking funny. Oh my
That's
God, no,
great.
she's so fucking hilarious. I love her.
Yeah, I have a couple of neighbors like that, and they're. I'm not much of a drinker. I mean,
opens up my door about 4 inches and will stick her hand in and have a bone or something for my dog, and give it to my dog, and then just leave, and not even say anything.
dude, we have amazing neighbors. They will be like, oh, do you guys? Oh, put that one up real quick. No, that one. Yeah. Then you're going to have to go back, aren't you?
Yep.
How do we put it up there, though? Where is it?
Just go like this in a second. Why not?
Oh, my gosh. This is a picture of me holding Leo when he was first born. He was just born.
It was itty bitty.
Yeah.
So tiny.
It's so freaking, oh, my God. He fit in my hand like that. How do I do that?
Oh my fucking God.
Oh, it's just over there. Yeah. Isn't that adorable?
It looks like a mouse.
Yes.
He does. He's so tiny. He's so tiny. I mean, and that's my hand, oh, where is it? So my hands aren't huge. He was so
I knew
tiny.
this podcast was going to digress into Leo's baby pictures.
because it's girls.
All right, well, you were going to do a different one.
Yeah, I was trying to find the savvy one.
I can't help it. I love Leo so much. I absolutely adore that dog.
Looks a lot like that.
Like what one? So your neighbor just drops off random bones?
Yeah, and like sometimes like whole like steaks and shit.
That's
I
crazy.
see the door, and then just walks away and doesn't say fucking shit to me.
That's great. Oh, is that the Zabby one?
Yeah. All right, and you just click on it when you're on the show.
Oh my gosh, guys. Wait until you see that.
Oh.
Where are you? Leo.
Look at that face.
Come on, buddy. Come here.
I thought that one came out pretty cool with the colors and stuff. So
Oh my gosh. He's
Commander
so
X has
lazy.
that in his quarters where he is,
Will you call him?
so he can see.
He's right there. He's just staring at me. He's like stretched out, like, oh yeah, I'm being lazy. Pass me the dog. There we go. Say look. Say I look. Wait, where is he? There we go.
He looks so vicious. He looks so vicious.
Don't they look alike?
Better that thing.
Oh, you see your papa?
There.
He was like, I never thought that like he would find his dog's twin. He's like, we're gonna have to make them get together.
Fred
one day."
Edwards said, "Your hand is bigger than your head. We have video proof now."
I know. Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh, how do I get back to that now? How do I get back to the text? I stopped.
Up here.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, there is a bunch of Leo videos. I totally tried to mess with the algorithm. I'm like, yeah, I'll put a bunch of dog videos up first, like share those, and maybe they won't catch my show so fast. They got it after the first time. Motherfuckers.
Aram says, "Doppeldoggy."
Yes, they are. It's so cute. When I saw the picture and I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, that looks like Leo. I'm like, we have to share that. Oh my gosh. Popeye's gonna vote president in 2024.
Excellent.
That's great. Oh, but
No time like the.
Charlie says 5 times. That's great. So how is everybody doing? I know I'm like super far behind on this. So Noli, how old are your kids?
My oldest is. Wait.
Wait, let me count that.
Wait, what year is it? Her neighbor's setting fire to the mailbox or something.
Yeah, my Skyla is going to be turning 18 in December. I cannot believe that.
Mind
Oh
fuck,
my
right?
Huh?
It's mind fuck, right?
It is. Oh, I'm very lucky though. We're super super close, and so that's just it's such. I can't imagine being a parent and then your kid just completely leaving at 16 years old. I mean, that's what I did. I left at 16. It was on my own, and 2 weeks. I didn't hear from my mom for 2 weeks after I moved there. It's crazy. It's crazy. I could have moved to Hawaii, but I chose to go meet my dad instead.
Dude, I threaten my kids when I haven't heard from them in several days or a week or more or whatever. I will text them and be like, if you do not text me back, I'm coming to your house.
He's gonna call me back.
Now, how old are they?
17 and 24.
Oh, yeah. Well, Skyla, you should say hi this time. She never comes on camera for me. come on. Show them how big your hair is.
The bird.
No, my daughter. She's right here.
Oh.
She won't come
Oh,
on
okay.
screen. Just come say hi. It's Noli. Just come say hi to Noli real quick.
It's just Noli.
See? Come on. It's just Noli on the screen.
You can't peer pressure and being on camera.
Maybe she needs one of those security blankets first. Like hand her a security blanket and have her wrap up in it. Her favorite comfy robe. Maybe that'll help.
I'm like, she really does exist, guys. Like, I really do have a teenager.
My youngest, if you go through my videos, you'll see like some horse videos. That's my youngest.
Oh.
I don't think I have any videos of my oldest that are on YouTube, but I have some that are on Facebook and stuff. She's fucking hilarious. Oh my God.
Yeah, we have a crazy household. Like, what you see is what you get with us. Like, this is us. Like, who you see, like who I am in public and like, I'm the same. I'm not. I don't like. I don't put on some like act out and around people. Like, no. I worked too hard my whole life to make sure that I maintained like me and who I was. Even being repressed, that wasn't easy. So I'm not going to start now.
I feel it.
Yeah. And I wasn't like, I never thought like, oh, I'm going to start a podcast, like, but I would be like in the chat so much and I would be like, oh my gosh, like, oh, like I would get so frustrated and like, you can't really like get your point across, like, to everybody in there, and especially when it's like, I'm like, they're using terminology or they're using, like they don't realize that, they're not questioning that critically or saying, like, oh, that's not, that is imperialism too, to say those things and to do those things. And, to just not question it and not realize that, the authenticity of that isn't there. And so eventually it was just like, yeah, this, we need to have a place where it's not all politics and it's the outer bubble of it. Right. Like, it's like, cause if we don't, we don't do that with each other. We don't, I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to give Steve the card to go to the ATM. Just use the regular one.
Use the regular one.
The support one. I don't know where they take my wallet.
Your regular one.
And then I can't find anything in it.
Did they never put anything back where it was, huh?
No, they do not.
No, it just puts
Put everything in the change pocket.
It just puts it back in the wallet.
Oh my gosh, it's such a pain. I'll go in and I'll be like, okay, I need to grab, and I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, I don't know where anything is in here. What did you guys do with everything? Where is the card? I don't even know where the card is. Oh my gosh. I swear. But yeah, I felt like there was such a need for this, like a little niche, like where we can have these conversations, like, and we need to challenge each other and do this because
place to argue.
Yeah. Because I mean, like, and there's so many. I think this should be on that one. There's so many things that you don't get to know about the people behind the chat. You don't always get to see them and get to know their personality and things like that. And I think it's all right. Be safe. Drive safe.
Drive it like you stole it. If you wreck it, don't come home.
I know. Not my van. Oh man, I would be mad. Like, I got that van.
Oh, my car. Oh my God, it was so bad.
Mine is a 91. It's an old, like, classic, big old 15-foot cargo van. I love my van so much. And, I drove 3 hours north of me to go get this van. I'd not driven it. And I was like, all right, well, I'm going to take this bet because I feel like it's a good thing. And I drove up 3 hours. A friend of mine drove me up, and I started it up, and I was like, oh, I want this van. Engine so strong. Like, it's a 91, but it only had 87,000 miles, original miles. Yeah. And super strong engine. It's like a B250. So, it was empty and gross, and like, the guy was actually he used to have a shop, and he was going to take it cross country, but he ended up having like some financial issues and family things, so he wasn't going to do that anymore. So it was like a gem, and I ended up paying like only like $700, and a trade of some pretty green flour. And that was it, like,
Good price.
oh yeah. And I did it myself. I'm super proud of doing the things like that myself. Like, I'm very stubborn when it comes to that. And I had someone with me just in case, but yeah, I'm very happy about that van. If something happens where like the van was really like, it would be something big, the van, if someone crashes into that van, they're more likely going to be in trouble than the van, because it's built tough, and it has like, metal bumpers. Like, yeah.
It's made of real metal and not plastic or fiberglass, or
Yes.
what is that?
It's not made out of oil byproducts.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right? Like, how you look around and there's plastic everywhere. And then you think, wait, plastic is actually a byproduct of oil. And then, so instead of taking that plastic and pretending like we're recycling it, because we really, really, like, it really doesn't get recycled. So if we took that plastic and we actually processed it like they do in some, factories, they are mining landfills, and they are turning that plastic back into clean burning fuel. First, it will get in the distillery. It's like a distillery type process. Like, it has to be vacuum sealed and all that, and it gets heated. And so the first thing, it goes back into being clean burning diesel. And then from there, you refine it again, and it becomes gasoline. And people can do this at home in their backyards. Like, in other countries, where, I will not say third world or first world country, because it's actually a really derogatory term.
Well, and really, if you think about it, we're third world.
Well, we have a high GDP, but that is not the country. That is a select few in the country. But saying like, like first world or second world, actually that was derived during like, the Cold War. And it's actually like, to say that somebody's in a third world country, it's a very like, it's a way for them to look down upon us and label those countries. But it just, honestly, if you say they have it's like a lower GDP or a lower economic status. But honestly, like, countries that have a lower economic status, where the people are actually happier, like, let me go there. I'll go there. Like, I would rather be, poor and happy than, rich and miserable. Think about it. All these motherfuckers that are rich, they're not very happy with themselves. Or else they wouldn't act the way that they do. We did a whole podcast on how money doesn't buy you happiness, and money only rents it. It's only a temporary thing.
I love that. I fucking love that.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good podcast to do. Yeah. I like doing them. I'm like, I just like, I come up with something and I get all like worked up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, we need to like cover this. And I knew that this one had to come up, like, just the way that we just fall into so many traps blindlessly. And it's like, oh, it drives me crazy. It drives me absolutely nuts. And it drives me nuts that I've fallen into them too. Like, I'm not saying that, like for the last 18 years, I haven't celebrated.
It's fucking survival at this point, you know? Like, you can't get along without money. You can't get along with it, you know? They'll lock you up. They will fucking kidnap you and throw you in a cage if you don't fucking comply with their fucking bullshit.
It's wrong. It's so wrong. Like, like Choosy keeps talking about how we need to have a peaceful revolution. And I really think that that's a conversation that we all really need to have, because we see, our military and, the people that, now is a time where we can find more people that we can agree with on, with what's happening. And we have an opportunity right now to really reach out to them and start over. But we have to reach them first. We have to talk to them.
Yep.
And it's a really hard thing sometimes, because I want to have that response sometimes of I don't, you don't necessarily want to deal with that person or deal with the conflict that can come with it, because they resist seeing your side of it, and they resist the fact that this can happen, and the division is sewn into all of this. It's sewn in, and it's just, we allow it. We allow the division. We have to remember that everything that we're going through, a group of people, as a society, as a whole, has allowed it to happen.
I agree.
So we have to decide, we're not doing that anymore. It's the only way that change has happened is by saying, no more. I don't call the people that are supposed to be lawmakers, I don't call them elite. Fuck that. They don't get that status from me. They don't get to be called elite. There's nothing elite about them. They are the repressors. They are not an elite class of people. And the only reason that their money has any value is because we give it that value. We give them that status of being elite. We give them the status of everything. And if we just say, we're not doing that anymore. Screw that. It's not working. You're not elite. You are the problem.
Exactly. You are the one I'm going to send to Gitmo myself. Personally gonna fucking fly you there. Okay, my daughter will fly you there. I don't know how to fly. But my daughter knows how to fly. She will fly.
Really?
Yeah, I had her and my my partner, a couple of summers ago, got them flying lessons, and they both know how to fly a helicopter.
Wow. That's so cool. We actually we live right next to a hospital.
I paid per lesson.
Huh?
I paid $40 per fucking lesson, and every lesson there was a trip up in the air.
What?
Yeah.
You can't even go up in the air for that price.
I know.
Wow. Was that recent?
That was 2-3 years ago. 2-3 summers ago. I using Groupon.
I've never used Groupon.
You should check it out. It's actually kind of cool if you're gonna go and do stuff. It's not so cool, for buying things, but if you're gonna go do things, dude, wherever you're gonna go, check and see if there's a fucking Groupon to get you a discounted price on fucking shit, because it is great.
Now, how does it work? Is it just you can just get
what you do is you pay for okay, so I paid for the lessons online through Groupon, and I printed out this thing, and I contacted the flight school that was up in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
And told them that, I got a Groupon, here's the numbers off the Groupon, and scheduled the flight lesson.
Wow.
And I just did that over and over and over again, all summer long.
That's awesome. I would love to do that. Oh my gosh. When I was out on the West Coast when I was 21, it was really cool. My my dad's friend. She knew the guy that owns the plane for Always for that movie. And this was out, I want to say it was like out of Monroe, out of that airport in Washington. Like, because here there's not a bunch of little airports like there is there. It's so different there than it is here. People don't have airplanes. Like, it's not a normal thing for people to have airplanes. Yeah, she had
an airplane.
Huh?
My uncle had a little airplane, a little carrot.
Oh my gosh.
And he lived in Bellingham, and he would fly here just to come have lunch, and then he would leave.
I'm just gonna fly out for lunch. What? That's crazy.
And like back then, it didn't cost him any more than it did to drive here. To take that carrot. That's how good on fuel it was.
Wow. That's awesome. That is so awesome. Yes, Leo looks like a mouse. Definitely. Sorry, I'm like I get so far behind on this. But yeah, I went up on that plane. I'm gonna have to like pull out pictures and stuff like that for to show you guys at some point. Like, it was fun. It was a lot of fun flying over the mountains and over like, Everett and everything from where, Puget Sound. Oh, it was awesome. I miss it out there. I didn't live out in Washington for like a super long time, but every time I went back out there and visited, like that's my home. That's the place where, people are different there. The culture is different. Like, here people will look at you like you have two heads if you talk to them. But I still do.
Here you wave at people that are strangers when you drive by them on the highway.
Yes. And I still do all those things. I do that. And one thing that really does help with that, and a way that I really connect with a lot of people, is because of Leo. Because he's my service dog. So he's with me always, everywhere I go. And so I talk to people that I wouldn't normally like probably go up to and just strike up a conversation. And so it's really, really cool how he bridges that, and makes it where I have deep, crazy conversations with people that are strangers. I'm going to do a podcast on the vets that I've talked to, Afghanistan vets. And I asked some crazy, deep questions from them. And one guy, I had sent Combo Couch a package and it went missing. And oh my gosh. I remember like there was a whole like thing with, it was in the mid-states where like there was ice storms and everything. And like everything got like delayed and mail and all that. And so I ended up calling the post office a couple days after. And I talked to this gentleman, and I waited on the phone for like an hour to get like somebody from UPS. And I ended up talking to this gentleman for like, oh my gosh, I don't remember if it was like an hour and a half for like a 5-minute phone call. And, and all I know is, he's from Pasadena, and we talked about some crazy deep stuff. Like, I have conversations with people, and it's not like surface level. Like, I end up in such a deep conversation with somebody that like most people will be like, I don't even talk to my family in that way. It's really cool. It's a really cool thing. I'm so glad you came on. This is so awesome.
Me too. Hey, next time I come on here, remind me to tell my spider story. I can't tell it right now because I'm kind of baked and I'll laugh.
It's a what? Your what story?
My spider story.
Spider story.
I have a severe phobia of spiders because of what happened to me, but it is so fucked up and it's so funny at the same time that
that is great. Oh my gosh.
Put it this way, I end up in town at my uncle's house, naked in his front yard while he's spraying me down with a hose, and I'm screaming at the top of my lungs, get them the fuck off me, get them the fuck off me, and all of his neighbors are to come out of their houses, and they're seeing, so like I'm really pale, really pale, and my uncle is not because he's native, and so here's this.
You got that white dad in you?
Yeah, I am so mad, and he's hosing me down, and this black family had just moved in across the street, and they saw what was happening and like panicked. I swear to God, they were ready to pack up and move. They saw a brown man fucking hosing down a white girl. And I'm screaming at the top of my lungs. I'm freaking the fuck out.
That's great. That's the kind of stuff that,
Oh my God. I'm telling you, every once in a while when I'm in town, I will hear somebody share that fucking story. The last
talking
one,
about
like 2 or 3 years ago. I mean, this happened when I was like 18, and I am 41. I'll be 42 in March. It's been a really long time. But you would think this town would have forgotten that shit by now, but no.
That's great. So have you lived in the same place like your whole life?
Well, not my whole life, but this is home. I've always come back to it. Like, yeah, my dad has been married like 5 times, and so we've moved away 5 times when growing
That's
up.
a lot of marriage.
No, right? What a dumbass! You would have thought that after my mom, he would have been like, "Oh, fuck this! I'm doing it again." That bitch is crazy.
You know what? It's funny. My ex-husband, he married after me, Skyla's dad. And then, like, when everything fell apart with those two, he came to me, like, crying, like, what do I do? He's like, you were never crazy. I'm so sorry. And blah, blah, blah. So, he knew, like, even though, everything that happened, like, I was still going to be there to, I don't hold that grudge. I helped him through that. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, I wonder sometimes if, like, the stereotypes that women fall into and, like, like the crazy white lady Karen thing, like that whole, like, it has a name now. No offense to any Karen. But, like, like, it's like, is it because they just feel like they're entitled and they have permission? Or is it like, like, is it part of a stereotype, like where it's like, oh, well, I can just use that to my advantage to do this. Like I think about like that psychology, I guess, of that behavior, human behavior really, really interests me.
My dad's third wife used to pull she used to, when somebody would tell her she couldn't do something or was just, or telling her she had to do something, she would say, I am free, white, and over 21. I can do whatever the fuck I want. And I would always cringe because I would just be like, oh, God, you're so fucking stupid. I can't believe you're saying that in front of my friends. Shut up.
Oh my
and
gosh.
which is hilarious because the next woman my dad married was this amazing black woman who just, she was more of a mom to me than any other women he married, including my mother.
Aw.
I miss her.
Oh.
They divorced too.
Well, she wasn't supposed to divorce you,
She didn't. But she kind of, it just slowly kind of happened, over time.
Yeah, it does. It's crazy how fast life can just keep moving, It's like, oh my gosh, like you get in that mode of like, I have to do this and I have to get all this stuff done, and it's like it can be such a high pace of life that like people just slip through. It can be really sad, when people just, like, good people too, like people that it's hard to sometimes reconnect in those ways too. But the way I think about it is, somebody's in our lives, they are in our lives for the amount of time they're supposed to be, like there's always a lesson, there's always something, there's always growth. Sometimes you have to look real deep to find it, but there's always a reason why somebody was in your life, positive or negative.
I agree.
People teach us things, so we just have to listen.
Even your negative experiences can be positive ones.
Yes, I say that all the time. So I think about like, okay, so there's like a really, really awful situation that happened, and like I'm like, all right, well, you find that grain of sand in that huge pile of it, like you find that one thing that that is positive out of it. Like I lost my dad last January, and like completely devastating to me. Like he was my best friend. We talked every day. But what it did do was it brought me closer to my, my sisters out on the West Coast. And it did things. It sparked more things that are going to make me, it's going to help me pursue more in my life. And it makes me appreciate what I have now and what I had with him in the journey that I got here. And, like just, oh, he was a crazy guy. They used to call him a pistol. Like they're like, he's a pistol. And they called me Little Jerry. His name is Jerry. And yeah, they called me Little Jerry when everybody met me. They were like, oh my gosh, you're just like your dad. And it's so cute. Oh my gosh, just truly drew a blank. Rob, it's on the chats. He sounds identical to my dad. And so whenever I hear his voice, I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, all of it reminds me of him. But yeah, we got to remember that there's always a lesson in something, no matter if it's horrible or not. Whether we feel like, it was the worst situation ever. Sometimes the ending of something is really just, like it's those cliches, but like it really is. It's a new chance. It's a new opportunity to grow. And we have that every day. Every day we have that chance. Every moment we can decide like, no, I'm going to find this in there. I'm going to find that positive, like that little tiny thing. And I'm going to make that grow. That's what I'm going to plant. That's what I'm going to focus on. And I'm not going to let the rest of this take me down.
Good.
See, even the imperialism of, the United States holidays has brought all of us together. You know what I mean? Like the awful atrocities of that. It's brought all of us together today, and like let us have like this great conversation and great people. I am so grateful for all the people that we have in our community. It's like I feel like this whole thing with everybody being shut down and all this crazy that happened. So much positive came out of that. Like it really forced me to really like stop and pause and go like, whoa, what the fuck? Like people aren't like, there's a lot of people that are just not, they're not at your level. And they're not willing to open up and change anything. And no matter how much you try that, like you're not going to be able to reach everybody. But as much as I shed the people that, like just are not, like they just weren't authentic, or they just really, a lot of people use other people a lot.
Yeah.
But it brought me to authentic people. It brought me to like this whole new community that fills me with so much more than that emptiness. I mean, like you can have people in your life, but it can be like an empty friendship. Like it's not really like
you feel even more empty because they're in your life, because they're taking from you and they're giving nothing back. Like,
exactly.
Psychic vampires and shit.
Yes. Like succubus, vampires, the people that have an emergency and they expect their emergency to immediately become yours. Like, take that on, and it can happen like without you even realizing it. The manipulation that comes, like people just, they'll take advantage of the nice people.
Yes, yes, yeah, yeah.
And as much as as I help others, and people have done that kind of thing where they just it doesn't stop me. It doesn't like harden me. It just makes me go, all right, well, they were supposed to, that was supposed to happen the way it did, and let me find the lesson in that.
And the thing is, when you come across that energy again, you instantly recognize it for what it is.
And then you recognize the people that you do connect with, because you've recognized the people that were doing the having the negative effect on you. You recognize also the people that are like us, like our kindred spirits. We find each other because we've had the opposite. You find both of them.
For real, for real. The thing is, what? I try my damnedest to be equally kind to everybody across the board, no matter what. It can be really challenging at times, and I fail all the time. But I still try, and I will flip the fuck out on somebody, and the next day I will apologize to them for flipping out. Maybe not so much for what I said, because what I said is true. But I shouldn't have been like that about it. And and I try to make amends and just start over with them and try and stay on some kind of a mutual respect level with them. But I never let them cross my boundaries. That's where I put my foot down. I have these certain boundaries, and I let people cross them my whole entire fucking life. And it wasn't until I said no more that dude, I'm happier. I'm so much fucking happier.
Because you're being authentic to you, and it's not about, it's not, you're not letting them, you're not letting them take you. Oh, okay. Look, we got Bud. Look, so Leo. Oh, what is it? Is it, what do you think? Oh, you already smelt it? Fine. He has to stick his head in it no matter what, and check it out every time.
Here's the bag open.
He'll stick his whole face in there.
Dude, my dog will eat it. You cannot leave a nug sitting on a table that's like a coffee table or whatever. You can't, because if you leave the room, it's fucking gone when you come back.
That's cute.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. That is so funny. Yeah, Leo's never tried to take it. Is my bowl over there? My grinder? Oh, I have my lighter. I just don't have my bowl. Oh my gosh, have you seen my bowl? This thing is so awesome.
Well, let me see.
Yeah. What do you think?
It's like a...
Don't take it all.
It's a hammer. See that?
Make you big. I'm going to make you big. Hang on.
Damn it.
Josh Davis made this for me. He's actually going to make me some stuff with my dad's ashes in it. So I'm really excited about that.
No, show me again. Show me again. Show me again.
Show you again?
Make you big. Oh, that is badass.
And it's got like these horn things. Like, they're crazy. Like,
Horny tentacles.
yeah. And like, I love it. It's like
It makes me feel like there's an alien attached to it, man.
I know, right? It's like it's coming out of it or something, like taking advantage, gonna take over it. Yeah, he made that for me and sent it, and I was like, oh my god, that's awesome. Oh my god, wait, did you change the screen?
Yeah, I did. So I can see you better.
Oh. There we go. All right. But yeah, I mean, I get it though. Like, it's hard. It's hard to decide that somebody is toxic in your life and that you can't do that anymore. And it's the same kind of thing as like, acknowledging the holidays that people celebrate mindlessly and say, I'm not gonna be part of that system anymore. So, I mean, and if it was easy, then everybody would do it, right?
Yeah, opting out is it's not easy.
It's not. And people don't, they immediately have this like reaction of like, wait, you don't do that? Like you
Charlie Brown said that earlier about that, about how when you wake up to certain realities, like I was saying, like, you know, that everybody's been programmed to think a certain way since birth. Once you realize that that's actually true and you've been lied to every step of the way about everything you ever fucking learned,
including your parents and everybody you're supposed to like trust.
All of it. All of the things that you based your trust on, you find out all of those things are fucking not actually foundational and a good place to start your trust from. So once you've decided that, it becomes very isolating. Like finding like-minded people like we have in the chat here and stuff is really special to us because you guys mean so much to us to be able to interact in a very real way with people. Even though it's virtual, it's still
real. It's still real life.
hits.
We are still real fucking people.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The humanity of it, you know, is needed. You know, you got to have a little bit of fucking group camaraderie to fucking, you know, to deal with some of this shit. You know, it's all very, very fucking extra. And if you have like cool, like-minded people, even if you don't agree 100% of the time, you don't agree with anybody for 100% of the time. So it's just like wonderful. So thank you guys.
Oh.
Yeah, we really appreciate all of you guys. Like it really, and that's like not just, you know, like when we say that we mean it.
It's not just Fugazi over here.
Right?
I'm
tell
working on
everybody,
my
I have
pasta,
fun
okay?
kids. If you're ever out my way, you can have top fun.
I just, you know, I'd rather have people that, you know, have the freaking brain fart on, you know, on like doing a live stream and, you know what I mean? Like the, you know, real.
Yeah.
You know,
All that
I
polish and
don't want somebody sitting in a nice polished studio, like of privilege to tell me what life is or what should be or shouldn't be. Like, fuck that shit. I want to learn from other people and see their point of view and make my own mind, my own mind up.
Your fucking webcam drop so that when it falls, I can see your dirty laundry on the floor in your bedroom.
Yeah, you can see that I'm wearing sweatpants and
Right.
not some fancy, you know.
You see, I've been pants-free since 1997.
We were watching a stream one time, I think it was like a Feeny or something, and like her webcam fell and you could see that she was in underwear. I was like, yes! That's why I love it.
Well, she was trying to hurry up and come in.
Those moments.
So I always make sure that I'm wearing pants, you know, something. Don't do that.
I am like 90% naked most of the time. Even when I'm working out, I don't give a fuck.
I know, I have to be like, all right, wait, is there anybody in the house besides like us?
Both my kids are out at the house. I don't have to worry about
It's a
that.
very real concern to have. Are there other people
It is. It is.
around?
Oh my gosh, absolutely.
I got a friend here I met her on YouTube. Like we've known each other for 7 years now. She comes up here every summer and like stays the summer with me up here, and then goes back down to Florida for the winter. Well, her van has been fucking up, so she's still here. And I'm still like I don't give a fuck if my boobs are out or not. If she walks in and my boobs are hanging out, they're hanging out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the kind of friends that I have too. I have some crazy stories of friends and things, and yeah, oh my gosh, it's always an adventure. There's always an adventure.
That's what it is. I think that's the thing that collectively brings all of us together, is that need for adventure and reality, like real things, to replace the fucking bullshit that we're given constantly. Just spoon-fed this garbage, and now, like, when you interact with another real person who relates to you on a human level, that's like real stuff replacing all that garbage that you've eaten. So I think it's key. It's fundamental. You got to have it.
Yeah, it's fulfilling. It's like, do you want to eat like a crappy McDonald's meal just to fill your belly, or do you want to eat something that's like really good for you, that's going to feed you? You know, like I'd rather have people around that are gonna, you know, challenge me and fucking call me out. Like, fucking call me out. If I'm being a fucking asshole, tell me, because I will tell you.
Exactly.
I've met people and been like, dude, you're being an asshole. I will call people. I don't care who they are, or, you know, I've met someone and been like, dude, you're an asshole, and like completely called them out. And most people are like, yeah, I respect you more because that's who you are. I'm like, you get what you get. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not mean, but if I need to be, I will be. You know, like, it's not mean. It's like I will strongly tell you. You know, if you're being a fucking ass, I'm gonna tell you that. I call Steve out on shit all the time, and he's just like, like he's resistant to it sometimes.
All the time.
Like, he's
Who
like,
isn't
no.
resistant? Who isn't resistant when someone says you're fucking wrong, jackass, and you're like, fuck you, I am not. Immediately, knee-jerk reaction is to, fuck you, I didn't, I wasn't, I don't even know that girl.
Kate, I like what you put on here, how this is definitely an authentic challenge to have. She's quite poly, but her husband always gets involved with 22-year-olds who claim to be poly, and then they give him an ultimatum. Her other partners have grown with her for the last 30-plus years. Yes. Yes, I've had poly relationships. I was actually, I dated a husband and a wife. We all lived in the same house together. It was awesome. We raised our kids together, and it was really beautiful. But like, yeah, poly's not for everybody, and a lot of people like to throw that out there like they are,
And
but they're not. They're not always, especially, you know, young women. Like they can be.
But you know what? They make me so fucking sad because that's how desperately they want fucking or need love. They're so fucking love starved.
And people will be, if they want something, they'll become something that they're really not, and then that kind of thing happens, like where they're just not. Like they realize, like, no, that's just not what I want, you know. And there's a great book. It's called The Ethical Slut, and I think everybody should read it. It's like it takes back like, you know, slut. It's like, you know, fuck you, like, and it goes over like every type of relationship that you can have, and the you know, the real ins and outs of things, and like, you know, how to deal with all that, because not everybody is just it's not necessarily an automatically equipped thing that you have, right? Like, especially because this is the society that we, you know, that we're in. Anything outside of what people are used to and comfortable with becomes like taboo. And there are certain things that are not acceptable, you know, like when it comes to harming somebody, or, you know, like, but consensual adults should be able to do what consensual adults want to do, you know.
That depends on your definition of sexual intercourse. Sorry, I was
my gosh,
referring back to the billion.
I have
Sweet Willie.
There's this time that we oh my gosh. Me and my girlfriends used to do like some crazy shit. We had like teenagers in another room. We had like adult toy parties, and like it was
Go
like,
easy now.
a bunch of us women, and there's funny pictures, and you know,
Funny pictures and rubber things everywhere.
you know, like that's. I mean, like there was, oh my gosh, at one point, one of my friends was topless outside in winter, and and I was like flogging her, and
That's a sign of a successful party, by the way.
her ass was purple and yellow for like weeks.
Whoa.
That is fucking great.
She loved it. That was her thing, you know. So
No,
you know, who am I to deny her that?
That used to be my thing, and now I feel pain a little differently.
That's cool. Evolution is groovy.
It is, isn't it?
It is.
It is.
It you know.
My face is
What's
so
the
freaking red
cigar
right now.
Cuban organic?
Oh my gosh.
I keep forgetting that we're on like a live stream and that other people can hear us, and I almost said some shit.
Chickity, check yourself.
Yeah, I need to put the pipe down.
You're an excellent guest, Noli. Thank you for hanging out.
Oh my
with
gosh.
us.
Josh is going to make me a pipe with my dad's ashes in it.
That's gonna be dope.
I'm like, my dad would love the humor in that, you know? Like, he would love the humor in me having a pipe with his ashes in it.
Be like, smoke me up.
Oh my
yeah.
gosh, yeah, my dad. So, like, before, like, he was, like, super sick, and, like, he would smoke with his oxygen thing. Like, this cannot be confirmed nor denied. So, you know, I am not admitting any guilt for my dad. So, like, there was, like, an explosion with his oxygen tank once.
Oh my god.
He took out 5 apartments, I think.
Oh my god, no fucking way.
Like, nobody died or anything. I'm not laughing because anyone died, but yeah.
No one was killed.
No one was injured. But, like,
he was kind of injured.
well, yeah, he had burns and stuff, but.
Yeah.
And, you know, like, later on, like, they were like, yeah, it was a faulty oxygen machine. So, you know, hey, I don't know for sure. You know, we might not.
Who are we to say?
Probably never will know, but, like. Yeah, he was like, it was an incense. I'm like, yeah, right, Dad.
Yeah, like
Yeah, right.
it was an incense.
No.
Well, you never know though. If you had an incense going and there was, you know, in the vicinity a lot of oxygen, you know, the potential. Let's ask Snork. I think Snorky will know. He could tell us the odds. I think. Hey man, what are the odds of an incense blowing up an oxygen tank from 45 feet away, taking out five fucking apartments? Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh. Popeye, I don't know when this happened, but Popeye said he fell over.
Fell over. Somebody help him up.
Barbara said her favorite shows are the demonetized ones. Yes.
You know what? You know that the par show that you came and visited the other day, we are not monetized.
That's awesome then. Yeah. We're not.
We never have been, we never will be.
Yeah, I don't see my thing about getting monetized on here. Like, we have things like if you want to send tips or whatever, like, we don't even ask people for it. Like, it's just like,
yeah, you just throw up your link and it's there if people want to use it.
Yeah,
there's a QR code in the corner. If somebody wants to scan that and send Mama some dough, please go ahead.
It's not.
If you don't wanna, please just share our link. I mean, it's not the reason that we're doing it.
Yeah, no. Yeah, and like the thing is, like, I don't want to monetize with YouTube. You know why? Because they get money from that. You know what I mean? Like, they're making money
amount of money for
off
that.
of the
What
monetization.
they do is bullshit, fucking nothing.
They take like 60%, I think.
They're just, you know, raping you the whole time. So fuck them bastards. Charlie Brown, I have dropped acid and I couldn't get up, and then I was really good at getting down for a while.
I was gonna ask if you wanted to take some, do some fun things. Do you know, a trip with Lucy.
Is it that time again?
Is that time? Is it not always the time to hang out with Lucy?
I don't really question it. You just put LSD in my mouth. And
yeah, I'm usually like just here, like here's a little thing.
And
Open
we're
up.
spun or whatever it might be. Mine is not the question. No, wait. It is the question. I don't know. Charlie Brown could probably help. I don't know.
We got Oz in here. Oz Whistles came in.
Oz Whistle.
Yeah, we're going to have Oz on, guys. He's in Australia, and he does whistles.
Oz, I have a question for you. I saw today that like Aboriginal children and people in really poor communities in Australia are being forcibly vaccinated. Do you know if this is a true thing? I read that earlier and was like, what the fuck, man? Really?
Oh, my God. Mystery. That is great. Her neighbor asked her to flash her husband in broad daylight. Now they're divorced.
Woo! That was an effective flashing mystery.
Oh, my God. I love the embarrassing stories thing. That's just fantastic. Like, you know, I mean, that's real. That's real. Oh my God, I love that. Oh my God, where'd it go? See, there we go. I'm sure he can get down. Have you guys tried the Matrix bars? We have not.
We have not, because we're poor and they're expensive.
We're poor fun guy people.
There's lots of fun guys all around all the time and stuff. So like we could make our own, I guess. But we're just I don't know. I don't know why we probably should just be consuming mushrooms as often as we do LSD, because it's a good balance thing. Too much of one thing, I'm not down with that.
Well, it's not like we're doing
No, even just the microdosing level, the mushrooms are fantastic for depression and just making you feel like
There you go. As I made you a mod, I didn't realize that I didn't have you on as one.
I'm not freaked out.
I can't see if people are mods on the StreamYard thing. Oh wait, no, it does. Wait, no, does it show me?
No, on the YouTube chat it should show you.
Yeah. Well, over here. Oh, okay. That's because Fred Fred messed with me. Look at this, guys. I was like, wait. Oh, there. Look.
I think.
Wait, where is it? No, the wrong one. Hey, it moved.
I think if you
that one. See, I was like, wait, there's a wrench. No, it was a picture of a wrench. It was
a picture of a wrench.
Because you guys might share a short little clip. It's like 30 seconds long.
You what?
I'm gonna have. I want to show you guys a 30-second long clip.
Sweet.
To show you guys who I'm gonna have on my channel here in the next week or two.
Awesome.
Oh yes.
I think you'll get a kick out of him.
Yes.
Blind.
Yeah, guys, we have the StreamYard. Thank you to Noli. Noli helped us get this, put us on the StreamYard so we can do this. So I just want to say that you are beautiful and thank you. And we really, really, truly appreciate it. You actually brought tears to my eyes when you when we were on the, when we were talking and you told me that. I was like, oh my God, really? Wow.
They added that new feature of where you can have a partner or whatever be also use it the same way that you do. And I was just like, well, I don't know who I would give it to. And then I thought of you guys, and I'm like, probably 3 or 4 days go by, and I'm like, oh, I gotta say something. I'm gonna see if they would like to use it, because I feel like they could benefit from it.
Yeah, it's amazing, Mama. Thank you.
Yeah, it really does make a huge difference. It
does.
It really does.
This right here is
the asshole song,
and it's from the guy with the hair.
I'm not sorry for being an asshole, it's just who I am. If you piss me off, you can bet your socks I'll be an asshole again. I don't put up with people's bullshit or whack-ass attitudes. And if you bring drama, save it for your mama, I'm gonna ignore you. If you don't like me, you can bite me, I give 0 fucks. Cause 89.635 of people fucking suck.
Dude,
that's a smoker.
He's on my totem
I'm gonna have
pole
to cover
of
that
spirit
one.
animals. Seriously, that is awesome. I love it. Yes, I've met people and been like, "You're an asshole."
Back in the old days, we used to do the band, and we would play that song by what the hell's his name? Damn it, I can't think of his name. He was like the guy, he sang the song, I'm an asshole, yo.
Oh, yeah. I'm an asshole, yo, yo.
Dennis something? He played a firefighter on a TV show. Oh, he's a comedian. God damn it. I can't think of his name. But anyway, we used to sing that song all the time. So that's neat that there's a different asshole song.
Dennis Leary. Actually, I was over here like,
Dennis Leary.
Can you hear me? I'm saying Dennis Leary. I'm muted.
That's it. Thank you. Charlie Brown, too.
See, that's what we need you guys for, so you guys can help us.
Yeah, because I have those pre-senior moments, I'm going to call them from now on.
Oh, my gosh. There's a guy that we had on some of you guys were probably on for it. Alex Trainer, he's a comedian in our state, and we came across him randomly. I was looking for something in Connecticut, and we came across like this song that he did, and like we were tripping balls, and like we ended up like watching his whole a ton of his videos. He's freaking hilarious. Let me see if we can. Popeye said, "Is this a moderator meeting?"
Yes.
Yes.
There's going to be a quiz later.
Yes. I think I did you too,
Alex,
Trish.
what?
You should check.
What's his last name?
Trainer, yeah. Tray. Yep, it's right there.
Yeah, I even mod my haters on my channel just because I don't want nobody to block them just because they like my people know that I don't like that person.
Right.
Or that they don't like me or they're mean to me. They'll like boot them and shit. And I'm like, no, don't do that. Everybody deserves to be fucking heard. Even if you don't agree with them, they deserve to fucking feel like they have a fucking voice, and here they're gonna have one.
Absolutely.
But it doesn't mean that their voice ain't gonna get, there ain't gonna be consequences because of their stupid ass voice.
Yeah.
I have more than once said, "Well, here's a link. Come on up. Why don't you fucking say that shit with your mouth?" They don't ever come up,
This, right? That.
Yep. And then over there.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing it.
You're doing it. And that.
Wait, where is it?
State review.
Is that one?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys have to watch this. It's the greatest, and it is freaking true.
It's
It's
spot on.
so true about this state.
Make
Okay.
sure you have the volume shared. You have to share the audio of the clip. See it?
Am I doing it right? Right? Yeah, it has the volume.
Yep. Okay.
Is that one on there? Yeah.
Why is it going? It's lagging so hard.
Oh.
Click it. Press play. That's why.
100 years. How can we rub this one out and wipe
Oh,
off
wait,
our
I
desire
gotta
to fuck
rewind it.
America? Is there a way to
It might have played fine, but
What the hell?
I don't know.
Whoa. The computer is doing stuff like on its own.
Connecticut. By area, it's the third smallest state. in
What the
entire
fuck is
United
happening?
States. It is home to millions of residents.
I didn't do anything. The computer fucking did it. I didn't touch anything.
Wait.
I want that one in there.
Oh god. It could be because it's so full. It's freaking out. Oh, let's see. Here.
Sorry, guys. It's right there.
Okay. This one.
Yeah, we want that one, but we want it all the way at the beginning.
Okay. Alright, now make sure.
I'm gonna go share. Yay!
When you think of someone from Connecticut, you get the image in your head of a guy named Brad that looks like this. But he's mostly contained to one small part of Connecticut. Here's an explanation. Geographically, Connecticut is a rectangle with a rectangle penis, and all the money flows to the tip. So when you think of Brad, you're thinking of Connecticut's penis. But I don't think a whole state should be defined by the things it does when it's horny. We need a new identity. But what can you do when your home state has an erection that's lasted for almost 400 years? How can we rub this one out and wipe off our desire to fuck America? Is there a way to finally come together? I think there is. I think all we need is a central figure to rally behind. An icon who can speak up and inspire the whole state. An idol for us to worship. I think Connecticut needs a Bruce Springsteen. Think about it. New Jersey's New Jersey, and those people loved themselves, all because one man was delusional enough to like the awful place he's from. That delusion motivated millions to go completely insane and embrace the shithole they call home. Bruce dared to encourage those people to become so obnoxious it hurts. So in that spirit, I would like to announce that Connecticut fucking sucks, and therefore is the best state in America. Our abandoned mills are older and closer to the highway than any mill in New Jersey. Our beaches aren't just trashy, they're full of trash because the water just sits there. Long Island Sound, baby. This water is as stagnant as our economy. You want to earn $1? Get ready to get your hands dirty and work in insurance. There's no one dateable in this entire state, so the only clam you're getting is on the pizza. Now I'll admit, it takes some balls for Jersey to call itself the Garden State when it all looks like this, but it takes real nutmegs to nickname yourself the Nutmeg State, especially when you don't grow nutmegs here, and the only thing you ever did with them was counterfeit them in the 1700s. And now people just get to drive by and call you a nutmegger, which is insane considering the perfect term for someone from Connecticut is clearly Connecticutan. And don't get me started on how our license plates say Constitution State. It only takes one US history class to know that's a stretch. Bitch, we're loco enough to forget what state Philadelphia's in. We're so sick in the head, our governor's named Ned. We took the Native American word for land on the Long Tidal River and changed the meaning to land on the do not touch that river, there are too many chemicals in it. We will connect, I cut you. Our state motto is, I'm trying to move soon. London? Shh, we got New London. Portland? We got a Portland. It's not weird at all. And Brooklyn, Connecticut? Well, it's not that hard to forget about it. Come to our capital city, cause Hartford has it. And by it, we mean the security guard who yelled at me because I stood on the grass near the Etna sign. Hartford not lame enough for you? Come to New Hartford. In Connecticut, new means worse. And water means a chemical imbalance. Uh-oh, looks like Waterbury stopped taking its antidepressants decades ago. How's Danbury doing? No idea. Wouldn't even go there for this video. Yikes. Yukon's drunk and in a town called Stores, so get ready for a lot of who's on first-esque confusion there. Haven't had enough? Go to the winner of Connecticut's What's the Worst Name You Can Come Up With contest. Barkhamsted. We're the Midwest of the Northeast and the deep south of New England. We've got the racial divisions of Alabama with the personality of Iowa. Just come to Bridgeport, get shot, then cross the street and go bowling at a fishing store. We're a land of true nuance, a unique blend of past and present. Go check out Mark Twain's old house, then cross the street and buy heroin. We don't do eat, pray, love here. Just live, work, invest. We're the crime scene of states. There's nothing to see here, except this bridge with frogs on it and the beautiful March foliage. The abandoned cars are in full bloom. Our public art would be pretty cool if this wasn't the logo for Travelers Insurance. Somehow still a fan of the 1988 Julia Roberts movie Mystic Pizza? Come see where they shot the exteriors. Want to get Lyme disease? Come to where it all started. Want some thrills? Get trashed and jump off this cliff. Hit your rock bottom by eating our local delicacy, the steamed cheeseburger. Want to steam your own beef? Buy some at a supermarket that has animatronics. And then go do the only good thing in the entire state. Attend a taping of Maury.
Tries to come over, but he doesn't want to see her. He wants to come sleep with me.
The population of Connecticut fluctuates wildly, considering at any given point up to 50% of the people in the state are just driving through without even stopping. I'll let you in on a secret. Our cities aren't big enough to actually have traffic. That's just us trying to trap you. We purposely designed our roads in the hopes you would just give up driving and buy a house. We used to be much better at it, considering we once trapped a whole NHL team. They played in this arena, and in 1978, the real Bruce Springsteen was gonna play here. But then, the roof collapsed. We tried to trap Bruce! But that's not how you get a Bruce, Connecticut. You gotta grow it yourself. Put a little toxic water in it, let it simmer in resentment for around 18 years, then it's gonna leave. Don't worry, just trust that you broke it fundamentally. It's gonna come back. That time away is gonna really bring out the complexity of its feelings towards you. Keep in mind, this is a Bruce and not a Bon Jovi. It's not gonna be light and airy, gonna be a little bitter. That's what you want. When it seems defeated enough, to test if it's ready, you can ask it, do you like it here? And when it responds with, it's okay, that's when you know it's the voice of Connecticut. Sometimes the Bruce Springsteen you want isn't the one you get. Sometimes your Bruce Springsteen is me. I wish I was better too. But the fact that I'm disappointing is what makes me the perfect Connecticut mascot. We're the void between Boston and New York. And who better embodies that spirit than some guy you've never heard of? I represent all of the people who have ever said, I don't want to be here, I'm unhappy, and I'm trying to move soon.
His face.
Which is all of the people. Look, I don't even really like this place, but I love it anyway. 'Cause I'm from here. I'm a Connecticutan through and through, and this rectangle will always be home to me. It might be a dump, but it's my dump. And if anyone gets to take a dump on it, it's me. 'Cause I'm the boss now, and I'm as Connecticut as it fucking gets, baby.
The song.
It's not over yet, guys. I fucking love Alex.
You might just think of us as a state with the highest per capita income. But all that income gets funneled to our tiny rectangle penis. The rest of the state is like any other place, 'cause all places are the same now because of rampant capitalism. Okay, maybe we need to start liking this state. It's not that bad. We're not all named Brad, and we can't change where we're from. So let's just accept that we're from Connecticut.
So
There we go.
I absolutely adore Alex. Oh my gosh, he is so funny.
Yeah, super fucking funny.
I'm gonna see if I can go. Okay, yeah.
Hey sis, I gotta drop off.
What was that?
I gotta drop off. Becky's here. She wants me to pay attention to her.
Okay.
I love you. I love you guys.
We
love
love
you
you.
Bye.
Enjoy the rest of your day. And if we're here, come back. Jump in.
I will.
All right. Love you. Thank you.
Peace.
Oh my gosh. All right.
Lovely nudity.
I am going
Doris
to.
Brown is 100.
I'm going to play another one of his because. Well, that is that automatically playing?
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm playing this, it's playing?
Yeah.
103 years old.
Yeah.
How did she get to be so old? Was it diet or exercise? I tend to think it's the spirits of these Native American decorative plates that have been watching over her. Are these plates problematic? Maybe. But she's 103, so shut the fuck up. If there's anyone that gets to reduce an entire race to a mere decoration while living on their stolen land, it's absolutely this cute old white woman. And then there's some other stuff on the wall. Like these swords, and this photo of a kid who used to have hope for his future, and this cowboy hat, which maybe puts the Native American motif into perspective. Then you turn around and you got the clowns, which I mean, yikes. And they live in the cave where the old TV used to be, so also yikes. And you can watch them from this chair, which is such an old woman chair. And then there's the life alert, which is basically useless because she's never gonna die. And this letter from the Pope. Because I guess they do that when you pass 100 and spend your whole life funneling money to a pyramid scheme founded on a lie. But she doesn't like when I say that.
Alex!
And it comes with amenities, like these boats, and a creepy basement, and then a second, creepier basement. But the best amenity is when you sit down, she'll just make you a sandwich. And you can't stop her, so you don't even feel bad about making a woman who was born in 1917 wait on you like you're a prince. And then for dessert, you can raid the weird candy drawer she has in the fridge. Then you can ask her questions like, what was it like when JFK got shot? And she'll say something like,
It was very sad.
or you can ask, how was the Great Depression? And she'll say,
It was very tough time because I remember going with my friend in a wagon to go to the town hall and get extra. They said it was butter, but it was not. It was margarine or lard or whatever it was.
Or you can ask, what do you think of your grandson, Alex? And she'll say,
I love him very much, and he's my favorite.
and I guess from some of the decor, you might say this person's a little kooky. But actually, she has more of her mind left than anyone else in the family. Except me, I guess, because I have an iPhone and she has a jitterbug. But maybe I'm wrong because she keeps it simple. No 4G LTE, no lock on the bathroom door, no microwave, although she did have one. I just took it when I went away to college and never gave it back. Maybe the secret to such longevity is to not stress out about stuff. Does it go together in any way? Not really. But does it spark joy?
Does it start what?
Does it spark joy?
Yeah.
Is it perfect? No. But also, yeah, at the same time. And is she perfect? Yes. And she will never die. So I wouldn't change a goddamn thing. Although I guess she should probably put a lock on the bathroom door.
I don't care. If anybody wants to see me taking a crap, let them be my guest.
Yes. Nanny, I'm taking a shit!
Oh my god.
Doris Brown is 100.
Oh my gosh.
You were starting to loop there. Yeah. Doris is friggin' precious.
Oh my gosh. I know. Like,
We got to have Alex back on now that we can do this properly, because then it will be funny, because then you'll see him and he'll look sad on camera and it'll be great.
oh my gosh.
He'll look like not happy about living in Connecticut or whatever. That's part of his thing. He likes to call people bitch, like Jesse from Breaking Bad, from what I understand.
He does. All right, I thought there was... Why is it doing all this? I want Alex's stuff.
I don't know. Everybody's like, oh, what are you looking at on YouTube?
Oh, this is how I do it. Oh my gosh. There's so many good videos. Like, I don't want to play them all for you guys, but...
We got to have him back on, so don't play him all.
No, he's freaking hilarious, though. We had him on one of Steve's, like, just random. Like,
It was really funny because he got insulted.
hang on. I reached out to him because I was like, I'm like, this guy's funny. And he's from Connecticut. And people don't know about him, like, not enough people. I'm like, he is hilarious. We need to, like, we need to get his name out there. And so we decided... He had written me back and stuff and was like, oh, thanks. And, like, said all these kind things about how we, we kind of sparked something in him. And so we were going to do a stream later. And I said, Steve, I'm like, let's see if we can get him to come to the stream. Let's put him on there. So then Steve...
Photoshopped his face on the thumbnail, so then and I put "Will he show up?" underneath it.
And then
he's kind of enticed too.
And then I told him that we put his face on the thing, and we said we tagged him on Twitter because he didn't really use it that much, and so he's like, it's kind of insane to like put somebody's face on your Twitter thing that you don't know. He's like, so I admire that insanity. So he came into the chat and he was like, what, you're just gonna leave me like in the chat? You just wanted me to come and chat? Really? So we had him come on through Discord, and it was kind of a mess because we didn't have the wonderful StreamYard that Noli has like so graciously shared with us.
Yeah, that would have made it a lot easier to
so
do it.
He came on and we ended up talking to him like improv, had never like really, just besides a couple quick messages, like that was it. Oh, because it was on Roar Media. I had them play his Spencer video, which is really hilarious too. Yeah. And so I wrote him to tell him like, hey, we love your stuff. I had my friends, like play this and da-da-da. And so he said he said that, he was inspired by that. So I really, like, people need to know who he is. He's a sweetheart. You can just tell. And, like, he said he was, he was depressed, so he wasn't making a lot of content. So we're going to have to you know, if you guys like his stuff, then please subscribe to him and let's share his stuff.
Yeah, because he's a funny bastard.
Because people need to have this laughter, and his
funny.
style is great.
He's just twisted and irreverent, and it was just as weird as we are weird, and our crazies fit together so nicely that I just want everybody in the universe to know about him because he's awesome. I really feel like we could collaborate on some funny fucking content.
Yeah. We need to get him on. And Noli needs to get him on too.
Yeah.
I wanna
everybody.
I wanna get him out there. Like he made, you know, we're sitting there tripping out and watching his videos.
Give us the link.
Oh yeah, let me put him in here.
Doris Brown is turning 104, and you're invited to the biggest rager that's ever ended at 9 p.m. Dude, located just an 18-hour drive off campus from Florida State University, bring your own solo cup and mix some tequila with Ensure, cause this woman's about to get wasted and talk about how handsome I am. Some people are saying the Pope might even be there. So set your baseball cap to sideways, cause you're gonna get so turned you need to use a cane. Out here we ball so hard, you bet your ass the cops are gonna get called, cause karaoke's cranked up to 104 and the fire department's already on standby. She doesn't have a real ID anymore, and looks closer to 19 than her real age, so chip in a few bucks so she can afford the underage drinking citation.
Oh no.
Just make sure somebody hides the drugs. Get there early for an exclusive set from DJ Doris as she proudly plays my uncle's CD from this sound system. And a surprise set from the corded phone ringing loud enough for her to hear. And our headliner, the guy who always whips out an acoustic guitar at the party. Doris.
How do you like my voice, Alex? Music all day, Hollywood, or maybe Broadway, or maybe they
Just wait until after.
Be a part of the biggest disaster to happen in this town by standing with more than 3 other people on this rickety deck. But we all know the real party's underground. Just don't forget to bring 8 jackets, and don't turn your back on this creep. Afterwards, go back upstairs and watch her take 1 sip of Four Loko, which is more than enough for her. Just don't let her talk you into joining a fraternal order of the Catholic Church. There's no lock on the bathroom door, so that situation's gonna be a nightmare. And don't even bother with beer pong, cause Doris will run the table. And you're gonna be waiting all day for her to pass this bong. She's been smoking weed every day since 1933. Look it up. Molly used to be called Doris. Oh great, she's trying to text Pope Francis. Put the cordless phone down and get down on the dance floor. Just not too down, cause this carpet's gonna be 25% beer. Oh no, the shrooms kicked in. Wanna crash? Just obnoxiously pull out this couch and take up 50% of the free space in the entire house. Doris, for the last time, we're not going to Taco Bell. Wait, did we just go to Taco Bell?
Wait.
Okay.
Well, make sure you're not behind her in the bathroom line. But I guess while you're waiting, you can ask this party animal some questions. Like, how are your hangovers?
How are they? They're not too good.
Or what were parties like in the Great Depression?
Oh, well, we used to have some pretty good ones. I don't know where we got all the wine. We must have stolen it from somebody's cellar.
Or do you think your grandson is the life of the party?
He could be if he wanted to.
So come to Doris's 104th birthday rager and puke into one of the tiny hats she displays in the bathroom. How many other fake 104th birthday parties are you fake invited to? Look, it's gonna be crazy as hell. Is she Snooki?
What do you mean, Snooki? Oh, no, I'm better looking than her.
Well, you can't argue with that. Look, I think the reason she's lived so long is because she doesn't take a single day for granted, and she's never forgotten how to have a good time. She might be old as hell, but she's still the life of the goddamn party. How old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you now? Are you 1? Are you 2? Are you 3? Are you 4? Are you 102? Are you 103? Are you 104?
Yes. Help me blow these out.
Jesus Christ.
You're moving the cake.
The dog named Snooki. No.
I'll wipe it off.
Oh, boy. You're not going to eat this one.
Hell yeah. You're not going to be eating this one.
Oh my gosh.
She's
Oh,
fucking precious.
yes. He is just.
For my 24th episode,
Oh no, what is
my
happening?
pre-retrospective retrospective, I
All right,
thought
we
I'd
can
go
watch
back
one
and
more,
revisit some of the
Alex.
motifs from my first episode,
And then I'll
where I
turn
reviewed
it
Captain
off.
Crunch Smart Food popcorn. I saw it in the supermarket, and I immediately knew I wanted to do a food review where I killed myself at the end. You might not have realized it, but that means in every subsequent episode of Alex's reviews, the character of Alex is a ghost. All because Captain Crunch fucks. You'd think he'd learn from his accidents, but unsurprisingly, there's another bastard child. The mother? Aunt Jemima. You know you're hungry for power when you start deciding you need to hold down every facet of the breakfast market, and then completely ignore the racial aspect of an enslaved woman bearing the child of a ship captain. Well, either way, we're in for shiploads of morning fun with this review, because of course, it's a total piece of ship. We start with a taste test of ocean blue artificially maple flavored syrup. Right off the bat, this is an insane juxtaposition. But when we do our tasting, let's get in our heads the image of a maple tree falling into the ocean from a lumber shit. Sorry, ship. Okay, first thought, not enough salt. I don't want salt, but that's what the ocean tastes like. Or maybe the ocean's doing it wrong. It would be nice if that was more the flavor blue. Now to the pancakes. Captain Crunch is taking a bite to show you it's okay to take a bite, like a poison tester.
Like a
Also,
poison
logically, the pointy
tester.
parts of this fork would need to be much longer to latch onto all three of these pancakes. Surprisingly, that's not the only flaw in logic here. But first, a taste. Oh no, I got the poison ones. Or maybe it's just sea shitness. Now we combine the two, and then we look in the mirror, and we ask ourselves, why? Why did we buy this? Why do we start a review channel where we subject ourselves to torture? Why do we poison our bodies? Perhaps they are already poisoned, hollow inside, and we need this garbage to fill the void. Perhaps we have unfinished business. Oh my god, I'm dead, I forgot. I've been dead since the first episode. These have all been reviews of the Sixth Sense DVD. Every single one. And my unfinished business is to review products. Wait, what did products do to me that I felt the need to haunt them? Oh yeah, they tasted like ship.
Oh my god, he's funny.
Oh my gosh.
My goodness.
I could seriously play you guys. Oh my god.
That is some toxic looking stuff.
Yes. Oh, why is there not a like on that?
There's no like button. The hell you say?
All right, I'm addicted.
If anyone says
we
the
need one
age
more.
of any other person out loud, it reminds me that I am Father Time, withering away at
Last
the age
call
of
on me, Alex.
32. I am ancient, and very soon I will die of old age. And if anyone, and I mean anyone, tries to say, that's not that old, I will say, shut up! Especially on my birthday, because I'm about to enter a spiral of despair that's so destructive it will cause everyone else to say, wait,
Oh my gosh.
if that guy thinks he's old...
Sorry, guys. I gotta interrupt this for 1 second. If you guys see that shirt, you guys can get one of those shirts. He actually has some. And Steve and I are definitely going to try to get our hands on some Alex Trainer birthday shirts.
Birthday merch.
Yes.
Grandma's
I mean, we weren't there, but it's great. It's a funny shirt. And it would make his day. It would totally make, oh my gosh.
I think that those are pearls of wisdom, Jilly. Don't eat anything that goes in the toilet.
Oh,
That's what
yeah.
she said. And
All right.
I agree.
I'm gonna I'm gonna go back to Alex's party. This is the best. Oh my gosh, this guy. We're gonna meet him, guys. We're gonna meet him in person.
Yep.
He doesn't live very far.
No, we could stalk
old,
him.
then that means...
Well, I don't want to stalk
So
him.
welcome to the party. The only games we got are Pin the Tail on the Wikipedia pages of famous people that are younger than me, and the game of musical chairs, where every year less and less people write happy birthday on my Facebook wall. I'm having so much fun, you might just hear my catchphrase.
Kill me.
It's my Hakuna Matata, and today, nothing's gonna stop me from having conflicted feelings about my own mortality, and having flashbacks to the days of my youth that looked exactly like this because I also wasted them lying on the couch, fantasizing about the places I could have went, friends I could have made, and weird shit I could have done if I didn't spend that time doing nothing. And it makes me so upset that I go out to the ledge and think about what it would be like to jump, to explode when I hit the ground, At least then I'll have finally done something. You might think I'm being dramatic and say, but Alex, you've done a lot of weird shit. But I'll say, it's never enough. I can't help feeling stuck, trapped by feelings of inadequacy. 'Cause it's 2021, baby. Life's a competition and I'm losing. And I'll complain, everyone has it better than me. And when people say stuff like, I'm going blind, I can't hear, I can tell you when it's gonna rain 'cause my arthritis hurts, I won't be listening. 'Cause I'll be too busy looking at the LinkedIn pages of the people I went to high school with, somehow finding a way to be jealous of the minions that work in insurance. I am broken and full of antidepressants, while everyone else is living the perfect life. I am garbage, and not even a goodie bag full of ketamine will fix me. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Why work towards building a foundation for true happiness when I can just eat this entire cake? Maybe then I won't feel so empty.
Hi, Alex. I'm Donald's birthday clown. How you doing today, Alex? Happy birthday.
I can't be a glass 2/3 full kind of guy when I know that when the glass is finished, you die. How am I not supposed to cry over spilled milk? Unlike some people, I don't believe in heaven, so it's clear to me that all that awaits us is darkness. The only thing we're destined for is to be in the ground with the worms, because we're all just staring into oblivion. And I, for one, can't help but be terrified by the thought of not thinking. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 32. Full of existential dread. I'm that much closer to dead. I hate myself. My life is meaningless. I am severely depressed, and I can't believe I made it to 32. Eventually, your negative thoughts will tucker you out. When you're less cranky after your nap, you'll remember that you're glad at least one person showed up to your birthday party. 'Cause life is all about making memories with the people you care about, and you shouldn't be so worried about dying that you forget to live. So you're ready to die?
That's a hell of a question.
What?
I'm not ready, but if it comes, it comes.
So let the present remind you that you're never too old to be young, and it's never too late to leave everyone surprised. Sometimes the world can make you feel small, and people will make you feel bad for not fitting in, but maybe they're the ones that are frozen, and it doesn't mean you need to be frozen too. On the road of life, the best car is the one that doesn't take itself too seriously. If there's anything a tiny Mercedes-Benz will teach you, it's that it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. It might not have been the smoothest ride, but when my battery shorts out, I'll have a pretty big laugh. 'Cause there's no driver I'd rather have had than this fucking idiot.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Why is it the most depressed people are the ones that are the fucking funniest?
Oh my gosh. Noli, I think that you're probably subbed to him because when we had him on Steve's stream. Oh my gosh, yes. We love Alex. When we found him, it was so great. Oh my gosh. Let's see what you guys thought. Yeah, kill me. For the oh my god. Yes, if you guys want the link,
I put the link in the room.
yes, and you can find him at Alex Trainer, and that's his Twitter, I think, too. Yeah, Jilly, why is his suffering so hilarious? I know! The poor guy! I just... I love the way he edits the stuff.
He just articulates it perfectly, the editing and everything.
Yes. And if you guys ever see one of those Lion King blankets, the one that he had on there, I guess he has like 3 of them, but if you see one at a secondhand garage sale, Alex Trainer wants it. He told us that. Yes, I can totally relate to him too, right? Like he's the reason why I have a picture of Leo and I with a robot in the grocery store.
Yeah, because you have to explain why, though, because the whole time he was on the show, we vamped about the robots at Stop and Shop.
Yeah, the robots in the grocery store are totally weird, and he's got a thing with them. And it's interesting, you know. He's into the robots. But the one like the Stop and Shop local to us is I think the robot like stalks me and Leo. It's weird. I don't like it. I feel like the thing scans us or something. Oh my god.
Where's your tinfoil hat, Mama?
Yeah, Trish, isn't he great? I'm a total like fan. Like when I and I can't wait to see what he starts doing. He said he was feeling like, depressed and wasn't really doing a lot, and said that, I inspired him, and everything. So maybe we can get him to make some more. I think we need to encourage him to make some more videos.
I want to write some songs with that kid.
Yes, we need to write some songs. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, he needs to meet Leo. Oh my gosh. Popeye's got... Oh my god. Oh, his trackpad. He's sitting on his son's old Ninja Turtles blanket. Oh my gosh, I almost put my Ninja Turtle shirt on today, Popeye. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, Jilly, you got a link for him? Yes, see, Charlie Brown knows the Stop and Shop robots. They're weird.
Well, they got him up in Mass, too, I'm sure. Charlie's fairly close to us.
Yeah.
Within an hour and a half, probably.
Yeah. Well, we've been going almost 4 hours. Wow.
Whoa, longest stream ever.
I know. Fred said he got a Roomba and it moved out to clean the neighbor's house. That's great. Oh my gosh, I think the cat would freak out over that. Like, Everett goes crazy. He'll just start jumping 3 feet in the air, like for no reason, or jump on Steve's shoulders, like from just being on the floor, and he jumps all the way up on his shoulders. It's crazy.
You couldn't do that to Fred, though. I don't think you could get up 6'7".
I know. Well, he would probably end up on your back. He would be like part the way up. He's like, the cat has like 2 modes, right? He's either like sleeping or like full throttle crazy. Did you just make something?
I just made you a sandwich.
Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. Julie said, ever see what happens when the Roomba and your pets poop?
Ooh.
That I have not seen that. Like,
I don't want to see that.
no. That doesn't sound good. That's great. Asa,
That was crazy. I read it.
yeah, I can't imagine doing that. Yeah, you're gonna like break this up a little bit. The clips, make it some, make it a couple clips on there too, because people might not want to come and watch 4 hours of us
Well, yeah. True. But,
But what?
I don't know.
I think that if you had like a robot mower thing like that, and like you had it like where it had a certain like perimeter, like they do with like the dog things or whatever, and it had sensors on it, so you couldn't run over any like living thing.
You hope till that day.
I don't know.
Till that one day you came out in your slippers. And the lawnmower was set to be, within a certain constraint, ends up. Well, you know the rest.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wait, how do I do that?
And grass
my
is
gosh.
alive. You're absolutely right. That's 100%, Fred.
Wait, is this on the thing? Okay, so I have to. No, it says it's right here.
Okay. Oh, I don't know. Press play and see. See if it replaces your screen. Takes a second to catch up.
Police officers who half investigate these vicious felonies are members of an elite squad known as the moderators of the videos subreddit.
It's
The
coming.
number one advice I can give for succeeding in America is to have money. If you can't afford a good lawyer, or in this case marketing person, you're not going to get anywhere. So like many Americans that don't have corporate backing, I am forced to put on one of my dad's old suits and defend myself against laws that are deeply broken and favor the rich. I stand accused of posting my own things in the third person, having people give them an initial amount of upvotes so they make it out of the news section, and using Reddit to promote my things. My opening argument. I did it. Of course I did it. I had to. Because you know who else does the crime? Everyone.
Everyone.
If you don't give it that initial boost, nobody ever sees it on the entire internet. The whole system is broken, and I played by the real rules. You think Coca-Cola doesn't want you to watch this hard-to-believe Sprite ad from 1999? I'm competing with real, actual marketing firms, and I stand accused of being manipulative and slimy? Slimy I get, because apparently I'm a lawyer now. But manipulative? I would argue I'm not manipulative, because I got caught. That implies I'm bad at being manipulative. Apparently, big businesses get away with theft, and regular people who shoplift to eat get the death penalty. I had to self-promote, because I was getting 0 views, and now that I did it, I get some. Look, I'm not making any money doing this, and I'm not in a position powerful enough where I could just take bribes from Sprite. I'm fine with that. All I ever wanted was a chance to entertain you. If you're gonna be so cynical when someone asks you for their first view, then you deserve to watch commercials. One time, I posted a video I made about overcoming depression to a depression-related subreddit. I had come to that community before when I was feeling down, and I thought my video could help other people going through the same things. And then I got permanently banned from the subreddit for people with mental health issues over 30, with the message, "Don't promote your rubbish on this sub." Boy, is it hard out here for a pimp. Look, there shouldn't be a system where cops are also judges, who are also kings, who rule over a kingdom of videos. When I told them I was being harassed, they said, "This is a later problem for me right now," which is something a bad cop would do. When I tried to appeal my case, they responded, "This is a hilariously bad argument," which is something a bad judge would do. When I cited Reddit's own moderator guidelines regarding appeals, they muted me for 28 days, which is something a tyrant would do. Because guess what? It is a monarchy. The whole internet is a series of monarchies, and they can decide who can talk and who can't. It's a matter of speech, Because these aren't small communities anymore. They hold a public obligation, but not technically. So I guess we all need to get used to rash decisions made by two anonymous people with no real accountability representing tech companies. Well, I guess we're all screwed. My closing argument. I was denied a fair and impartial appeal, and therefore that makes this a mistrial. Besides, I already won. I won because I tried to be nice. I'm less nice now, but my first instinct was to send a polite message. And your first instinct was to be total jerks that refused to listen to me. Yeah, I committed your bullshit crime. But like, do you even like videos? Or do you just like power? I'm not sorry I did it. You enabled the system that makes it so I have to. I have nothing to be sorry for. People like my videos, and people like me, and the only people that are going to be upset with me are some of the meanest, least compassionate people on the internet. So I win. Ha!
Ha!
Oh my gosh. All right, I'm gonna play another Alex one, I guess.
Who would have thought your depression wouldn't be cured by a secret garage hot tub room?
Oh my god.
Not the me of 2 months ago. Turns out you were just masking your unhappiness by putting a mask on your garage. There's no amount of stuff that's going to change the fundamentals here. It's a garage, and you're depressed. A detached garage for a detached person. And the only one that can address the trash tsunami is you. You need to show the world the truth and reveal you legitimately hated every second you spent in this cold, musty garbage room. And honestly, it's easier to just take a shower. Look, everyone's rock bottom is different, and somehow, this was yours. It made you realize that things were stagnating. In the case of the water, months. In the case of your brain, years. And you realize something's been growing. In your brain, a desire to get better. In the hot tub, a desire to get much, much worse. We all pretend there isn't a Great Pacific Garbage Patch when we go to the beach, but if you measured what's in this water, you would have found 0 serotonin and trace amounts of Legionella, because you ignored the problem until it became too big to ignore. You went to all the psychiatrist and pool supply stores you could, and you tried it all. Bromine, Paxil, chlorine, Lexapro, algae control, Wellbutrin, pH increaser, Seroquel, pH decreaser, and magic mushrooms. Only one of those things was a lot of fun, but it didn't help. And neither did anything else. Until you tried something new and it started to work. And it made you glad you talked to Leslie the psychiatrist and Leslie the pool supply store. You realized that you had fallen all the way to the concrete floor. That you were pretending there was insulation so no one could see behind the tiki torches. That you were hiding your illness to exaggerate your chillness. So that you could say, look, I'm having fun. Even though you bought 20 cups and never had a single goddamn luau. You spent all this time and it was still a garage. And so were you. You weren't a fully functioning room. You were sad, you were dirty, and only the good parts went on Instagram. No costume is gonna hide who you are from yourself. Even though you're in a hot tub, you're still gonna feel cold. Yeah, you could buy another parrot to justify why you stay somewhere you're unhappy. You can buy fake grass and space heaters for years. But sometime, you'll have to go back into the house. A place that doesn't pretend to be something it isn't. You don't need to be Hawaii on the outside. You need to be Hawaii on the inside. You gotta tear down those walls. Do the work, and get rid of that thing in the garage. Not because your dad told you to, but because you want to. And you can return it to Walmart for a full refund. It's not going to be easy. You're not going to deflate every palm tree right away. But you'll see it start to get back to normal. And you'll remember that this was never normal. And you'll find warmth on the outside, not just pretend warmth. It's never too late to close the garage door and move on from the things that kept you cold and alone. It's hard to go to Leslie and admit how bad things are when you can barely admit it to yourself. But I'm there for you, and so is probably the whole state of real Hawaii. And soon enough, we'll both be home, and the car will be in its home. So goodbye, secret garage hot tub room. We never needed you anyway. Or should I say, aloha.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. Like,
I just shared this out on Twitter again and tagged Alex Trainer and said, yo, they blowing your shit up.
oh my
homie."
gosh. Is it playing something else again?
Probably. I think it's just playing, but it's not on the screen. So you have to stop the tab. Welcome to the world of limited social
I know. Oh my gosh.
ability.
Oh, I have to do it this way. All right, I'll play this one.
He's like, I am going to share that with my daughter. Popeye.
It's hard to get an entry-level job these days, because they're always looking for someone with more experience. And it's like, how can you get experience if you can't get experience? And it's the same with making videos for the internet. People will only watch if you have a reputation. But how do you get a reputation if you don't have a reputation? Well, it's 2021, baby! Welcome to the world of limited social mobility and unlimited paradoxes. And it's no surprise that the hottest genre on YouTube is the one where rich people give poor people money. Fantasy. And we get to pretend that their lives are going to improve in a meaningful way because they got a bunch of stuff from Best Buy. It's Generation Z's Lord of the Rings. And if you want to make money making videos, you got to give away money. But how do you give money if you don't have money? I have never made more than $14,000 a year. Ever. My wildest dream is to make 16. But in 2020, I made like 4. And 2021's not looking better, so you're forced to come up with a genius idea. Now, if you don't like handouts, don't watch those videos. And especially don't watch this one you're not paying to watch, because this is going to be about food stamps. I am so broke that I am collecting money I desperately need to make sure I don't die of starvation. It's not much, but I need it. But you know what I need more? Social mobility. And it takes money to make money. So here's my idea. Poor person supermarket sweep. I go to the regular supermarket, I buy the most expensive single items I can find within my budget, and I spread the wealth by giving a taste of the good life to regular working people who deserve food as much as everyone else. Because we all deserve food. So first thing you do on a supermarket sweep, you go for the hams. First ham, $18.09.
Okay, here you go. This is for you.
Okay, thanks, man.
I got you a ham.
Oh, dude, pork shoulder? This isn't just a ham, dude. This is a $20 ham.
Never enough hams on a supermarket sweep. And when I saw the price tag on this next one, I knew I needed 2. Marked down from $40.67, it was a steal at $20.29.
Turn around.
Thank you.
Can't win them all. Now on to the cheeses. First, a taste of Italy.
It is a $19 slice of Parmesan cheese.
Wow. Next, the taste of velvet. Coming in at an astonishing $10.99. For this, I figured I'd double down and get 2.
Dude, liquid gold. I wasn't expecting 4 pounds of cheese.
Now down to the bottom of the ocean for the surprisingly lowest priced gift, given to the happiest person ever to receive $13.82.
Are you giving me a fucking lobster?
Yeah.
Because you know how much I love them?
Yeah.
Shut up!
And now for some very specific baking supplies at $16.49.
Gluten-free, but you never know if multi-purpose.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna eat like a rich person. Gluten-free flour.
Do you have celiac disease?
I don't.
Nailed it, just like I hit a home run for $19.99 with Death Wish Coffee. World's strongest coffee given to world's oldest woman.
Ah! Ah! That's pretty good.
Do you even drink coffee?
No.
And just like Doris Brown, a gift that's going to be there forever. This $19.99 bottle of olive oil.
That's the best olive oil they sell at a store that isn't Whole Foods.
It's expensive, but doesn't mean it's the best.
It's the most expensive, so that means it's the best. And finally, it's time for dessert. Clocking in at $22.77, we got this cake that they made me write on myself.
Okay, you can turn around. I got you a cake.
What is...
Can you read what it says?
I bought this with food stamps.
Yeah, I did.
Thanks, Obama.
Thanks Obama is right. Shout out to the creator of food stamps according to most Republicans, and this video's de facto executive producer, Barack Obama. Thanks to him, we could afford our grand total of $170 and 10 items, which left me just $30 to spend on food for myself for the rest of the month. Wait, I didn't think this through.
Wait.
Oh no. How am I gonna eat? I need that money, so I don't die. Oh, this is not good. This is bad. Okay, well, how much is rice? Okay, I just eat rice all month. It could be like Survivor. It's not fantasy like on YouTube. It's reality for millions of Americans. who don't have the lifeline of a total psychopath trying to be internet famous showing up at their door to give them slightly above average food. Sure, there's clearly enough food for everyone in the world, but that's not how it works. And you don't want to see how the world really works. That's why you watch YouTube videos. So like and subscribe, and don't forget to follow me on Insta. Next week, I'm going to be doing a giveaway of my soul, because I need this. I really need this. This has to work out for me. For the love of God, like and subscribe, or things are gonna get a lot more desperate.
Is this actually for me?
Yeah,
Oh, great.
I bought it with food stamps.
Okay.
Do you think this has changed your life in any way?
For today, it has changed my life.
Yeah, in a small way, this has changed your life.
Small way, it has changed my life. Absolutely. I promise you I'll pay it forward. I'm gonna get somebody else a ham.
Oh my god.
Give those hams away, people. It's the right thing to do.
Oh, wait, what is this doing? Oh my god. Stop. Stop. Okay.
There you go. You're back on. Eat that rice dry.
Oh my gosh.
Leslie says water's a privilege. Yep.
I just can't help but, like, you know. So we all need to go bother Alex and, like, on Twitter or whatever.
Yeah, let's all just go pester the depressed kid. That's a great idea.
No, we go tell him how much we love his work.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Because that's, like, not being depressed is what he said he needs to be able to do it. And this time of year, it can be very depressing because it gets dark.
I agree with that 1,000%.
So I think that would be a great way to share our appreciation for another human.
Yeah, I think it's cool anyway because he's a funny little bastard. Oh my god, he fucking so many lines.
Oh my
are just
gosh,
cherry! I'm like, wow, funny. Let's make some more funny.
Yeah,
with
I don't.
Alex
Does he? How do we do a room raid thing? Like, how would we do that? He would have to be live.
Yeah.
All right, let me see. I'm gonna remember that other video that I found. The turtle.
Yeah, those guys are fucking funny. Oh my god.
Yeah, you guys have to. How is it spelled?
It's like I don't remember. Oh, it was just like Mr. Toidle.
Oh, I know that part, but
There's stuff in the water in Connecticut. Yes, rest assured. I mean, do you hear us talking to you? There's clearly stuff in the water. I don't know what it is.
What?
But it's you can rest assured it's impeding, any sort of psychic activity or exchange of energy that you're supposed to have in a normal existence on this planet. I don't know. Fluoridated water is really bad. And that's what we have. Anybody want some water? At least it's, it's better than some places. I can't bitch about it too much. It's terrible. But I don't think it's giving people cancer and stuff, so I don't know. The glyphosate is giving everybody cancer, so, I mean, who's to say what else? It's fucking crazy.
all right, I'm gonna see if this will. Oh, I think I might have found the page. This isn't. I don't know if this is the right one, but.
Yeah, I think that is the right one. I think he doesn't have shit for followers yet. Yeah. I don't think you have it on, though.
No.
Oh, yeah, you're just checking it. Getting it ready.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, Mr. Popeye, I'm sorry. I thought it was Charlie. Popeye, my eyes suck. Good night, bro.
Good night.
Rat-a-tat-tat, my friend.
I have the fucking coolest video. These guys, I found them randomly, and they don't even have a lot of people, and they really, really should.
They're really funny. 22.
Hey guys, it's Mr. Toidle.
Is it doing it yet?
And I'm the New World Order. Today we're singing about the Vax. Viagra? No, not Viagra. Today we're singing about the Vaseline? Are you just gonna keep naming random products starting with the letter V? Sorry, I'm contractually obligated to shout out my paid sponsors. Go ahead, Mr. Toidle, tell us about today's topic. Today we're singing about the Vagina? Fine, today we're singing about the vagina. What about the vagina? Is it safe? Also long term? Well, I got the vagina yesterday and I never felt better. Are you okay? Sounds to me like you're coming down with something. Well, now that you mention it, I had a funky smelling discharge this morning and I'm feeling somewhat queefy. You mean queasy? Nope, you heard right, but it can't possibly have anything to do with the vagina. No way, no how. Too many people have vouched for it. Hey, wait a sec. What about you, Toidle? When did you get your vagina? I didn't. What? And you're sitting here next to me this whole time unvaginated? How utterly irresponsible. My body, my choice. So you're saying you don't lick vagina? I totally lick vagina. I'm just not convinced of this particular vagina. You know, it's people like you that keep the cock lockdowns going, refusing to be experimented on, making silly references to the Nuremberg Code. So you're telling me your vagina doesn't work if I don't get it? You people make me
He's
sick.
the New World Otter.
Yes, the New World Otter.
You got wrecked by the vagina? Oh, you mean Beatrice Beaver?
Oh, just wait,
Man,
it gets
I actually
better.
believe she was an
We're not
otter
even
there
into the
for a minute.
best part yet.
She's a huge fan of otter erotic asphyxiation.
Before I break through onto the LGBT scene, cases are rising among Stockholm syndrome normies. Save your oxide from shifty magnetic graphene. You know I won't bow down to the crown vagine.
It's time for booster number 17. Cling to me 4 times if that's totally your thing. Natural impunity, pig farmers lobbying. It's fun guinea pigs love your vagine.
So in the name of health, they're mandating coercion, perversion without liability. Barred from taking part in sheepish society unless I submit to their long-term study.
Toidle, please show at least some solidarity. You're for sure more than satire and parody. Just 2 more weeks to fatten the elites. We're Big Farmer and you are the sheep. Now it's plain to see the CDC. Come on, Mr. Toidle. Please get the vagina. I'll give you a Krispy Kreme pie. You mean donut? Nope. How about a special limited edition Avengers comic book? Damn it, Otter, I'm not getting the vagina. Okay, fine. But how about the vajayjay or vagine, the twat, the penis flytrap, the muff, the beaver, the minge, the bits, the lady garden, the whispering eye, the doodah, the meat curtains? Nothing? None of the above? I've decided against it. I don't want to run the risk of becoming infoidal. Besides, someone needs to be part of a control group.
Control group. Oh, these guys are fucking funny. Holy shit.
What is
Hey,
this doing?
look, sorry, I know you were just about to watch another YouTube video, but before you go...
Ew. No.
No, fuck off.
Wait, where did they go? The guys that I just had.
We have to go back to it,
Oh no, now it's not showing up.
History.
Oh, the back button.
Back button.
Let's bring in Texas Congressman Dan Crenshaw.
Why
He
would
joins us
that
right
be
now.
playing?
Because there's an ad
Okay.
in the middle. Now you got Fox.
Yeah, I'm in the.
These guys are fucking great. The New World Otter. For Christ's sake.
Which one do we want? United Nations.
Hey guys, it's Mr. Toidle in the house, and I'm the New World Order. Today we're singing about United Nations. Well, that just dills my pickle. Ugh, that's gross, Otter, but not as gross as this globalist powerhouse that claims to maintain international peace and security for over 75 years. That's a load of bull feathers. The New World Order, I mean the UN, has done an admirable job keeping the peace. Well, bless your pea-picking little heart. If they were so concerned with ending all wars, you'd think they'd have made it a clear-cut priority on their list of 17 social development goals. And number 17 is dedicated to partnerships for the goals. I'm pretty sure Goal 17 refers to partnerships for Goal 17 specifically. Well, that makes about as much sense as tits on a bull. You shouldn't be so cynical, Mr. Toidle. Some very influential self-anointed leaders are pushing for this one-world agenda, like Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates. I wouldn't walk across the street to piss on them if they were on fire. I beg your pardon.
I don't know whose this is, but they need to be like known in our political circle.
But should we trust just what they stand for? Is it unholy by design?
Zero poverty and zero hunger, good health and well-being sound mighty fine.
100 years since the League of Nations. Talk is cheap and they'll keep on lying.
At least we're pushing for equality, education and gender equality.
Beware as they share hot Marxist garbage and mainstream people are fine by me.
Clean water and sanitation for all. Clean, affordable energy.
Reserved for specifically those with social credit, respectability.
Decent work, economic growth.
Trade bravery for slavery. You'll have to take a note to secure your global welfare salary.
We'll spoil our plans for industry, innovation, infrastructure.
Hey, I will oversee this dire future, your final use case, TikTok culture.
At least we'll reduce inequality.
Just reduce them, huh? Not eliminate them altogether? Why don't we just lower the bar for poverty and hunger as well? Will at least the robots have equal rights?
Your cynicism smacks of neo-colonial, misogynist, anti-Zionist, conspiratorial fascism.
That's rich coming from the New World Order.
Sustainable cities and communities.
Smart cities surveilling your immunities.
Responsible consumption and production, please.
Insect-based steak and petri deep dish cheese.
It's just part of climate action, like below water and on land.
Weather modification can wash the masks onto the sand.
Peace, justice, and strong institutions.
Or no more war! Or genocide!
And corporate fascists who decide to justify health apartheid.
I don't know why it keeps going to weird political things on yours.
On mine.
It's your YouTube.
My YouTube is corrupt. It's not. It's not.
I think it's an old one. I don't think it's even a current one.
It's probably not.
Okay, I gotta play one more at least of his because he has the Fouch.
The Fouch is.
Hey guys, it's Mr. Toidle in the house. And I'm the New World Order. Today we're singing about the pandemic. Pandemic. Yeah, that's what I said. You said plandemic. No, I didn't. Anyways, a plandemic is a form of biological warfare aimed at a populace. It's essentially a mass psyop that allows for government to justifiably expand its powers in order to protect the citizenry. That's clearly not what's going on with Corona. Yeah, well, the WHO investigated and categorically expunged the Wuhan lab leak theory altogether after China said it was impossible. The mere mention of that could get this video removed, Mr. Toidle. Why don't you just start with your stupid song? Why don't you get the shell out of my face? Why, I oughter.
People stay calm, it's all part of the pandemic. Democratic leadership is totally doing all they can. Gotta nurture healthy discourse like you're watering a plant-emic. Approaches show us culture can really influence a stance.
It started off okay, I guess, but I'm starting to get the feeling this is mostly gobbledygook. It's like you've carefully crafted these rhymes of sophistry merely as an excuse to repeat the word plan.
Make a difference if it were an accident or pandemic. Cut all forces fortified in an invisible hand. Life lacking basic freedoms is a hassle and it's bland. Damaging on face palms, building castles in the sand. It's where you'll always find me, even if the thought is banned. Can't let the powers that be us into disability.
These guys are fucking right on.
Yeah, they're freaking. There I am.
There you am.
Can I?
There's a comment. I don't see you. There you am.
I can't. How do I do that?
Hey, take it easy, Oz Whistles. There we are. I think those guys are like Zappa heads, like the Mr. Otter, and because they're just like they sound like mothers of invention, like big time. It's freaking great.
Yeah, but how do I click on their links? I can't do that here. How do I do that?
Where's the link? Right here?
Yeah, but it won't. It doesn't do it that way.
Well, what the hell? You gotta do it on. You gotta click on there.
How am I gonna?
And then you can see where it is, and then you can type it into here.
Oh wait, that's the United Nations one. That's not. That's the one we just were at. Whoops.
It's been going for a really long time. Like, I don't know how many hours you can still have it render out correctly and stuff.
I don't know.
Either. Mr. Otter is fantastic. And yes, thank you for the link, Jilly.
Yes, thank you. I don't know how to do the link things to get them over there. All right. So, yeah, we've been on for like 4.5 hours. I think that we are going to cut out of this stream. And
we won. It was the longest stream ever. You did it. I knew you could do it. I had faith in you the whole time.
Are you going to come back and play?
I probably will, yeah.
All right. So we'll probably be back very soon. And on Steve's channel. So look out for that.
Yeah.
Got anything else to say?
See you soon.
Yes. Come and visit us on Steve Cutler Live. Make sure you guys like and please share it out for me. I know this one's long, and if you can, remember, go over to Alex Trainer on Twitter and make sure we share out some of his stuff, or just give him like a little hey, I saw some of your videos and something. I feel like, he needs some of that love today. Oh, you guys are awesome. Thank you all so much.
Hey, thanks, guys. We'll see you.
We love you.